This is going to decide so much. Is the reverse sweep going to happen? Devotion going down. Nobody's left, and the reverse sweep is completed.
We did a lot of practicing starting into the tournament. We were like trying to decide on, what our comps were. Game day came and I wasn't there for the entire tournament. I don't even think I was there for like the first game. Kept kind of watching my team play and they were all doing really well. We have Fusion Blackie, who's a really strong turn A player, and we let him play to his strength. Chisholm is like one of the best Pale Riders in the game. The level of synergy that we would have would make the difference. I mean, like beating Mafty or not.
And welcome back, everybody. It's time for grand finals here at the Breakout Series event number 3. It all comes down to these two teams between Mafty and, of course, Last Second. Don't see it exploding. Oh, it looks like it was exploding in the bomb room, which is going to guarantee that there's no chance.
Mafty about to shut down Last Second on the first half unless someone can get a miracle plant, but no, they're all too busy.
Soak up some of the damage as the rest of the team gets down there, but so many are going down for Last Second.
It's the Hades that gets absolutely shut down by Mafty, hiding behind Fusion Black.
Going into map 3, I think it was Harbor City. I know Invictus was pulling out the Pocket Hyperion pick, and it gives us so much space to like play for. We swapped out me for Tism. They did really good. I was so happy when I saw we won.
And still living true to their name, Last Second is going to take this in the last second. Oh, but this is looking really good. They've got 2 G maneuvers. They just need to take a little bit more. Blue Jay managing to get a few picks here with that G maneuver, and only one going down on the side of Last Second. This looks like this should be it. They just need to get this player off, and that is going to be the first game on the board for Last Second.
The plan for attack on Flag 4 for us was pretty simple. We methodically engaged simultaneously. Exponent was leading in, looking for information with his scan. And the second we turned that corner, I saw 2 people out of position. And I instantly called for the play to be made. And I got a pick on their support, and I took crash in. That allowed us to snowball the choke point.
Activated though, but he gets shut down. Blue Jay will come in. Carl's taken with the butterfly, but this is not the point you want to try and use the butterfly from.
Sino doing a lot of damage, getting Profi down. This is a huge advantage. Only 2 members up for Mafty. This Last Second can hold on here. Just keep the trickle of Mafty players out. We could go to a game 5. They've got 1 tick. Nobody's on point. And we're going to go to our first ever game number 5 here in grand finals.
So we know Mafty want to control high ground, right? They want to make sure they control us ever walking up on them and absolutely beam us. So the plan was for me as a bar player to coordinate, like me attacking from underground, to get underneath them.
The corner, they're charged forward now with the shields as well. Gasman finds one in the back line.
They're within like 5% of each other. There are a lot of both players available here. Gasman is going to get a pick.
It was really intense. They kept trying to themselves for the new point a little early. So I would sneak in and go collect 5%.
But Exponent has fallen, and now here it is, the punch, the screaming Nimbus, everything coming in for Last Second.
Is the reverse sweep going to happen? Devotion going down. Nobody's left, and the reverse sweep is completed as Last Second takes the tournament, takes the set, takes the round.
It was so nice to know that we beat the strongest team in the game.
Even popping that G maneuver a little bit early, the Screaming Nimbus, just to make sure that there's not that much of a chance to regroup here.
two are now down into the last second, but at the very least, they still have like 3 more minutes and still have like a lot of time to play with. But at the same time, you'd want to get this as much as possible. But look at that, the Victor's gonna be taken out, but the Dom here.
They've got 4 minutes left.
Yeah, Gasman actually whipped that attack coming in with the Barbie. But look at that. That's going to be 2 down from the Ashimar with the punch. That is a 1-punch man right there.
In really hot water, they lost out on Mr. Big Lord.
Here comes the
lost
butterfly.
out on the Blue Jay, and it's the butterfly. And that's a beautiful butterfly coming out from the last second because they
team wipe!
needed it. That huge clutch up from Fusion Blackie here, and really turning the screws on the defense here. Effects will not get rezzed up as the Hades has been popped by Tizim, and now they're charging forward.
Right, and look at that again. Ooh! That is true, but that is going to be a big one at that. And look at that, that's going to be 4 down into last second while TKD is doing so much. Grim and Nimbus is going to be popped up as well. And going to be able to take down 5 to make the team kill as well in the process.
Mafty now only really working with the energy cable. Here comes the screaming, or excuse me, the Lancer out from Evictus. Get them there in time. Fusion Blackie has that butterfly, and he's instantly going to go ahead and pop it, though. He gets shot out of the sky. Carl Sagan will be able to clear him out and find one more.
Nice thing is, oh, okay, actually, hold on. Here's a really big push. That shield came out at the perfect time, actually completely blocked the flame grenade. And then it's going to be basically an entire team wipe. That is the entire team wipe.
The opponent finally follows up, taking out Carl Sagan at the very least, but the space created is still burning away time for Mafty, who are now down to 2 minutes. Ultimately, they will be able to secure it.
Oh, Mr. Big Large hit maybe 3 or 4 players. Oh, but the Hades coming in from Tizim and then gets shut down. That's really unfortunate.
That's where LS gets to succeed as they try to go for that res, and he does end up getting it off in the last moment, but there's the re-knock as the Evada system comes out. Point has unlocked, and that's going to be last second taking it once more. All right, welcome one and all to the Best of the West presented by the Gundam Evolution New Type League. I'm James Jamerson Lee, and joining me once again, my partner in crime, I've got Evan Wonder Chef Hashimoto. Evan, have you been? It's been so long, man.
I know. I'm so excited that we are back. We are here with the first event of Season 3 of Gundam Evolution. We are back with the, really the first event that we've had in over a month, and the first event that we've had in a very long time where it's been open up to a lot more regions than just North America.
That's right. We have $1,000 on the line for this weekend, and I'm super excited about it because every time we come back for another Gundam Evolution event, there's something new thrown into the fray. This time around, we have our new unit coming out from Gundam Wing Endless Waltz. It's Heavy Arms entering the fray.
Oh, I know. Finally, we get a suit from Gundam Wing. I'm so excited. A lot of people have been waiting for that for a really long time. And I do hope that we're going to get a chance to see a good amount of it today. But, I mean, just talking about today, we've got 14 teams signed up. It's the biggest event that the GENL has ever had. I think we actually have a bit of a bracket, a little bit of an early bracket that we can see, of course, with so many teams. I don't know if we're going to be able to see every single one that is here. We're going to be playing 5 matches today. And I'm very excited to see which of those matches lead to our top 4, which will be taking place tomorrow for Championship Sunday.
Yeah, and I'm super excited about it, especially with how everything shook up our last event, that reverse sweep in their grand finals. Hopefully we can get another kind of event like that, because it was absolutely exciting to be able to see our teams absolutely push to the limits when it felt like there was a clear and heavy favorite. This time around, we have a lot more rosters joining our competition, and we do have some rosters being swapped around, so it's going to be an interesting weekend altogether.
All right, well, we can see here a few of the teams. You can't see their names quite yet for some of them, but you can recognize some logos for sure. We can see on the top Sotoras 2. I believe that Sotoras has been split up a little bit. Last second's probably going to be that clock. Tekka Dynasty is there. Second of, I believe, 3 Omni teams. 3 teams kind of breaking off from Mafty. One of our top teams is going to be there. I believe that team's name is Char. Aznable did some things wrong. I'm close to it. Yeah, it's something along those lines. But then on this, below that, of course, we've got IQ. We've got, I think, normal Mafty. We've got Sotoras 1, whatever they're called for this. And then I genuinely don't know who that final team is, because we've actually got a lot of teams that we've never seen before, a lot of players we've never seen before, especially a lot of them coming from outside the region.
Yeah. 14 teams have joined us for this weekend. Really excited about it. We're going to be running through a lot of our upper bracket and some of our semifinal matches, or excuse me, lower bracket matches. But taking a look at the maps that we do have, of course, we had 1 round of play just before taking place, and you can see some of the picks and bans already coming out early. It does seem like Underground Command Center is honestly one of the more surprising things for me to see getting picked up early on.
There's a whole lot of even-ish numbers right here. Flak Fort seems to be one of the only ones that's really been banned a lot more than others. But overall, yeah, Underground Command Center, I think we saw a decent amount of it kind of recently. I'm glad that we're kind of even-ish across the map, I would say, as far as things go. Of course, we're still very, very early in the tournament. Things have just begun. I think this is only maybe a round, or maybe like some of 2 rounds that have gone into these stats. So it's good to see that we're probably going to see some pretty good map variety today. But of course, we are playing off of a picks and bans system, so we're going to have to see exactly what is picked and banned for each team. I know that Tekka Dynasty is, well, actually, I didn't even think I even talked about what our first match of the day is going to be, and that is going to be Tekka Dynasty versus Team Char. And those are 2 extremely strong teams, so off the bat, they're going to have a lot of experience just playing the pick and ban game within the Gundam Evolution format.
Yeah, that's right. We're starting it off, of course, best of 3s throughout the day. And as we go down to the wire, I mean, it's going to be absolutely exciting. Again, quite surprised that we're still continuing that trend from our last event, where Flak Fort seemed to be one of the more heavily banned ones, when we really kind of figured that was, you know, the kind of map every team kind of went to, but instead we avoided that one. So yeah, our first 2 teams on the docket, it's going to be Tekka Dynasty versus Char, and I believe we do have our picks and bans coming in. So when we can check that out, we do have, of course, our map pool coming in. We have another map that will be used later on if it comes down to a decider kind of situation, which we've only had that a few times in the history of the Gen L. But we're just waiting on the last picks and bans before we can actually show them to you guys right now. But I'm really excited. We were kind of talking about before the start of today's event about how maybe Heavy Arms could shake things up, but right now I feel like we're a little bit underwhelmed in its current performance. We'll see how exactly he slots in if teams decide to use him.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see that. I know there's been a few creative ways that I've seen a few people use it. I'm just curious to see how much we're actually going to see it and where, like you said, it's going to slot into the particular spots. Of course, for anybody who's not as familiar with Gundam Evolution, we did just get the beginning of Season 3 where we got the new suit Heavy Arms. It is a really, I mean, if you're familiar with the actual suit at all, I mean, it's just got a bunch of guns. That's just the way it goes. It's not super mobile, but it does have one really cool, like, flip move that gives it a lot of vertical mobility. But generally, it's one that's going to be staying in place a lot. It does not have the ability to move at its full speed while it's doing its maximum amount of damage. So it's going to be, an interesting one. I'm very excited to see that, though. I'm very excited to see the balance changes that have happened in that last recent patch where Heavy Arms was released. There were a few suits that got a lot of really good stuff, a few suits that got some normalization, I guess you would say. And also another thing that we might see today is this is one of the first tournaments here where we are going to potentially see the Zaku 2 melee out of the competitive quarantine.
That's right. We do not have any bans now set on any mobile suits, so all of them are legal and active to be used if you so want to. We'll see if maybe we get a triple bruiser composition, triple brawler composition that we kind of saw. I guess haunting the rank ladder for a little bit, right? When you had the Barbados, the Exia along with the Zaku 2 melee. But it was great to see, I mean, especially when it came down to the diversity in mobile suits that we actually got to see in our last event. It felt like almost every single mobile suit was used, except with that one consideration of the competitive quarantine of Zaku 2 melee. But even with the 20-second Mahiru pick, we basically saw almost every single unit being used last time.
Yeah, if you count that. But I count it personally because I really wanted to see Mahiru. Yeah, we were in a really great spot, and I think we're going to be continuing to be in a pretty good spot this time around as well. But we can see here the picks and bans. We're going to have Tekka Dynasty on the left and Char, Aznable. Okay, I'm actually going to look up the full name of this team. It's a new name. I'm going to have to look up a lot of team names and players today. Char Aznable did some things incorrectly. That is the full name of the team. I misspoke slightly, but it does look like the first ban will be going to Thermal Plant and Flak for the first two bans.
I'm a little bit disappointed in that. I always love being able to go to Thermal Plants when it comes down to one of our first games, right? Because we get a really good test to see what the meta could be like. But for Harbor City, I love that actually as a first pick coming out from Tekka Dynasty. We got to see some absolute bangers of highlights when it came to Harbor City, in particular when it came down to Gundam Unicorn along with GM Sniper play.
Oh, yeah. I don't know why. It's just always a highlight map. But also, Colony Trading Post. I know we love this map. I mean, visually, the two maps that have been picked are my favorites in the game, just as far as visuals. But there's going to be a lot more wide open fights compared to the maps that have banned. We're also seeing Mountain R&D banned and Quarry banned. Quarry, one of the more close-range fighting maps, I would say, of the destruction missions. And the decider will be Underground Command Center. So we're going to go to some pretty long-range fights, I'd say, overall, until we get to, I mean, I guess even when we do get to the decider, if we do end up getting to that. I think we're going to see a lot more today, just making a guess, than we're used to. I think we're seeing a lot of these teams get a lot closer as far as like parity and closeness of skill. So I think we're going to see a lot less of the 2-0s. But hey, we'll see. I might be wrong. I've been wrong on that before.
Yeah, I feel like, we kind of always run that 2-0 curse when it comes to these events, right? And up until we get to basically our grand finals in our both lower bracket and our upper bracket. But right now, I'm a little disappointed that we're not going to be seeing any of the domination maps in our first match. Hopefully we get to see a little bit more of that later on, because I feel like those are some of the more fun maps in general when it comes down to competitive play, especially with how the maps are set up in terms of symmetry and the way that teams really have to play around their positioning for that. But I'm really excited about these first two map picks as well. Like we said, starting it off on Harbor City, then moving on to Colony Trading Post. And if we do get that deciding map, it will it will be underground command centers. So just keeping that all in mind, it's going to be what, 2 destruction maps at that point, along with Harbor City starting it all off on first. What do you think we can expect when it comes to Harbor City? Are there going to be any major shifts to the meta when it comes to Harbor City?
I am very curious. So one thing that I believe this is true, I didn't just make it up in my head just right now, is that Heavy Arms has 0 damage fall off as far as range, or if it does have a damage fall off, it's really, really, really far away, just from my small testing and training. Now, it's not very accurate from far away, but it'll be interesting to see if potentially we see some of it just as far as damage going into the, especially the defensive position on that first push, or maybe a little bit later, just because the flame grenades can do well in that choke, and just of course just spraying the entire like, you know, I mean, you don't even have a magazine, but your entire heat of bullets, your heat range of bullets into that choke is going to be amazing. But you know what, we'll see, because we're going to get these players set up very, very soon. We're going to go to a quick break before that, so don't go anywhere, because we're going to start with our first match of Best of the West when we get back.
All right, welcome back to the Gundam Evolution New Type League Best of the West. Excuse me. We are starting it off with our first streamed match of the day, Tekka Dynasty versus Char, and it will be taking place, of course, our first map here on Harbor City.
Oh, and I'm very excited to see what we're going to see as far as comps. It looks like right now we are going to see Hawklight here on the Gym Sniper. We're, of course, going to be expecting some Gym Sniper play. Actually, before we even talk about comps, I want to talk really quickly about these teams. Of course, we are very, very, very familiar with Team Tekka Dynasty. They've been playing in all these tournaments. And on the other side, Char is an offshoot of Team Mafty. So a lot of these names are going to be here. We've got some incredible players, Zyros, David. God, I mean, it's just they have too many players that are extremely strong. So that's the history. They're called Team Char for this tournament. It's an offshoot, but here we go. We're looking at the Hyperion right now, which is still great to see after it got a few less bullets in its clip.
Yeah. But either side, they will be running the Gym Sniper throughout. It does seem like it's a pretty big shift in terms of compositions. We do have Tank Line, though, coming out from either side with the Sazabi. Main difference, though, we have Enders. He's going to be playing on that Dom Trooper, so they'll have a little bit of extra support in that regard. You can see now Azor making his cross on over, the rest of the team waiting. You see the defensive side of Char actually holding back in that traditional pocket that we see. Both teams just really sizing each other up, really no one ready to take the initiative quite yet, and there they go.
It's all going to come down to a big push, but ooh, some shots out of the air. Offbeat Alligator just barely getting away. It's going to be a Sazabi fight over on the side, but gets picked off by Hawklight. We got the Sazabi versus Sazabi. We've got the Gym Sniper for the Gym Sniper, and in the end, it looks like we're going to have a pretty strong push here on the side of Team Tekka Dynasty.
That was beautiful space created by Azor there, just pushing up and applying pressure on to that Gym Sniper, allowing Hawkeye to come in from the flank, find that angle, take him out, alleviate basic sniper pressure there. Now they are onto the point, about to get the first pick. A robot chasing one more down. Should be able to finish him off fairly shortly here, getting a little bit closer. There it is. He will finish him off, and that's going to be point A, largely going the way over towards Tekka Dynasty. There is some defense coming out from Char, but typically we see that once you're pushed back from this spot, it's incredibly hard to try and retake as a defense.
It looks like there's gonna be an attempt to at least challenge here, but this is only 3. This is 3 versus the full 6. I'm surprised they're actually going for this. This might end up being a little bit of a stagger. They are going to at least get a down, but it does look like there was a repair on board, and I'm not sure that was exactly worth it. There was so few time left. They've got a few people left in this choke to defend, and luckily they're gonna get a few picks on the side of Char, so this is not gonna be a full stagger. They're gonna be able to get back here in time to protect this choke, but that was a pretty risky play.
It was risky, but they did have just enough presence there to make sure that, no, they weren't going to allow them to push through the bridge for free. You can see now, playing off of the second half of the map now, through this first choke point is probably one of the most important ones in the map. You have, looks like Codename Move going in for a point now on that Ashamar trying to get into the back line, but he will not be able to get any downs. That's going to be 3 coming in for Char, pushing them back once again. And it looks like, you know, the time advantage actually works out for Char as well. They brought them down to 3.5 minutes here, which a lot of times, you know, we see teams kind of steamroll through point A to move instantly into point B.
Yeah, it's a good hold. It's definitely a good hold spot. It's really interesting to see some, I mean, I'll talk about it a little bit later, but we've got some players that are on some different suits that we're not used to seeing. For example, David, very, very well known for the Sazabi, is on the new Gundam, which is a suit that we didn't get to see all that much. But we'll see if it does come into play, especially with the G maneuver of the new Gundam. That can be great for pushing through this choke point. However, they're still down a man already with that pick from Offbeat Alligator, and Zyros as well getting one. So they're going to have to regroup one more time here before they're going to get this push with 3 to 4 potentially G maneuvers.
Lumiere was used, I believe, by Char, but really that was all they actually committed onto this one. They're going to have the Screaming Nimbus along with the Asmar Punch and the funnels for Kaiser coming in off the Alligator, just a few shots away from being able to get the Wall X for his squad as well. But they have the tools to try and hold it. We'll see, though, on the other side, Nostalgia is working his way towards that butterfly. Could be the big breakthrough that Tekka Dynasty need to get through this choke point for now, but you can see how much pressure the Ashmar puts onto these choke points.
Yeah, this is just so tough to get through. For anybody who's not as familiar with watching this map, this is one of the hardest choke points in the entire game on any map. That's going to be a punch. Zyros is going to get a pick from that, and it's going to be followed up by David and the rest of the team. There's 4 assists on that one down, but this is going to be an aggressive push on the side of the defense, and that is nearly a full team wipe, maybe a full team wipe, not allowing them to get any sort of advantage, and time is starting to run out here for Team Tekka Tekka Dynasty after a great first push.
There's a minute 47 seconds now remaining on the clock for Char to try and get to point B. Now, excuse me, for Tekka Dynasty to get to point B. Now, they do have a lot in the tank. They've got 4 G maneuvers online right now. They don't have the Screaming Nimbus, which is typically what you want to use here, but it's a butterfly that they're going to try and open up with. You can see, though, that Char do back away to end up going down to that butterfly, but the trades are still coming in good from the defense right now as Enders help Kaiser pitch for Q. Now, there is a repair, and so they can continue to try and push through, but the beat is here on the front line. He does get caught up from behind and will get taken out. Now, Tekka Dynasty, with a minute left to go, are finally on the point.
Oh yeah, that was I mean, they had to split up to deal with that butterfly, the turn A G maneuver, but when they did, they weren't able to use that new Gundam shield effectively, the G maneuver of its own, so now they're going to have to come in a little bit staggered, but you were talking about the Screaming Nimbus, only on one side of this map do they have it, and they use it very well defensively. There's going to be 2 picks on the side of Char, 3 picks, and it looks like they may not even be able to get that first single tick. There's 40 seconds left on the clock. They're not going to have very much time to regroup. They might be able to get back for one more push, but that's a huge stagger. Hawklight going down is very unfortunate, especially with the fact that it has the G maneuver, has the Screaming Nimbus available.
Yeah, and they have 20 seconds remaining now, just waiting for the respawn. So you can see the rest of Char just pushing up, and it's going to be an early Screaming Nimbus coming out from Hawklight, and they are right on top of them. Do back away just a bit. That's going to be some exchanges. Azor ends up going down throughout all of that, and Hawklight is the only one left here trying to contest the points. 8 seconds remaining. Unruly has to touch it for his team. And you do have that Hades running out for him. Nostalgia ends up falling now, left in a 1v2. Unruly will fall. It doesn't seem like Tekka Dynasty will be able to secure a tick here on point B. Char with a beautiful defense on the second half here of Harbor City.
Well, it really looked like I thought they were going to at least get maybe a tick or 2 ticks when they did make that huge push with the turn AG maneuver, but they just weren't quite able to. Now, again, we haven't seen Team Char play as a full team ever, right? This is the first time that they're playing as an individual team here. They're a little bit of an offshoot of Mafty. There's still, a lot of these players still on Mafty. There's just so many players that they could enter with multiple teams. But we now see that they do contain a lot of that skill that they had before of basically, even if you get team wiped, the recovery is so good on these players. Like, their ability to sit at a disadvantage is incredible, and they did not let that huge push, stagger them or make them, play from the back foot. They just immediately came back and battled it and won, and just didn't even let them get a tick. Amazing stuff from Char first showing.
Yeah, and when it comes down to, of course, just playing at a competitive level, at a higher level than what you would expect on like the ranked ladder or so, right? It was great to see that they did have pretty good G maneuver economy, right? They weren't blowing everything into one push at a time. They were making sure they at least had an extra tool in the back pocket to utilize. There was one fight where I believe they used maybe 3-4 G maneuvers for their defense, but they were holding on to a Screaming Nimbus as well, which is another tool to utilize when it comes to playing off that choke. So the Ashmar Punch, the Screaming Nimbus, those are 2 of the biggest tools that we really keep an eye out for. Make sure that teams don't really try to, use it all in one fight, and that's what we were not seeing. So that was a good sign, but here we go. We're swapping sides now. It's going to be Tekka Dynasty here on the defense. They're going to go back towards, of course, more traditional compositions when we do see them. They do have the Methas coming in as a support line, but on the other side for Char now here on the offense, they're going to be sticking basically with the comp they had on the defense.
No changes. A little bit surprising. Great pick from Hawklight onto Zyros off the bat. A robot as well. A robot's turret, actually, along with the assist of every single person on the team, is going to take on somebody as well. That was very well coordinated. The 7th member of the team putting in a lot of work, but that is already a first push completely held off. The sniping from Hawklight put in a ton of work in making the first push, I guess I should say, of the last side change go very, very well for Tekka Dynasty, and it looks like it's working very well on defense, but Codename Moon going down. Hawklight evening it up once again, though. The MVP right now, Hawklight for sure, 3 picks.
Yeah, he's been holding this off angle for his squad. You saw the bulk of the defense for Tekka Dynasty playing off that main road, but Hawklight was basically playing around these double buildings in the back corner here this entire time, just kind of fading the squad out, leaving them vulnerable to basically a flanking sniper. They just walked into that position. And so now Char already down to 2 minutes and 45. Zyros is going to try and find an angle with that flame, but Hawklight once again is able to take him out. Hasn't finished him off quite yet, but there we go. They'll be able to destroy that unit, but now he is under pressure. They're about to lose out on possibly a second unit. There it is, offbeat Alligator taking out this sniper counterpart, and really will be the next one to fall. It looks like Char will find that opening, and they'll get onto point A.
It's almost inevitable, I would say. Most teams find point A at some point during this match because all it takes is a few picks on offense, and the run back is so long, one of the longest run backs in the entire game, and it can just be tough, exactly like this. But I still think that was a really good hold, considering the fact that they now need to hold for a very, very long time on point B. Devotion just sitting there waiting and shielding so that nobody gets picked off on the run across the bridge. I like that a whole lot. But here we go. This is the choke point that we couldn't see Tekka Dynasty get through. It's time to see if Char can do it themselves.
Yeah, the scary part here is that it looks like when they do swap on over for Tekka Dynasty, it's going to be, I believe, Hawkeye swapping on over to that Dom. So he's going to be at a huge disadvantage when it comes to Enders on that Dom Trooper, right? He's already been able to build up 60%. On the other side now, he's got to do it fresh. And now with 3 picks there for Char, they should be able to push him for free. Azor is cut out here. Doesn't look like his axe connects, and he will fall to that flank coming up from Zyrus as well. They're just finding stackers left and right. Nostalgia needs to stay alive. He's got the butterfly, and this could be just a big defense coming out for him. He's gonna pop it as his team comes on in, but he gets instantly focused down. Offbeat Alligator fighting him mid-air. Only the one trade, and that will be it. Char will walk away with our first map.
I love this. I talked about this in a previous event, but I love the fact that it went from that butterfly turn A G maneuver being a basically unstoppable force of a G maneuver that can wipe entire teams to every team having such a quick and fast answer to it. That's just one of those things where you can clearly see how well everybody's leveled up, and that could have been a disastrous spot, right? There were so many people on point, they were all grouped up, but the turn and the focus on the turn A was beautiful. It was absolutely perfect. A great offense from Team Char. And, you know, I got to say, of course they're going to win. They were on the red side. I think if you got to beat them, you got to make sure that they're on the blue side, right? I think that's the only way.
Yeah, it's that red comet advantage, right? It's just the red comet advantage. And so it's basically home field advantage. But great showing out there for our first map coming out from Char. Absolutely stellar defense, of course, into that great offense on the turnaround in the second half of the map. We got to see 2 different looks coming out from both squads, which is already something that I'm absolutely loving seeing, that it wasn't the same compositions coming out from either side. We're seeing swaps as well coming out from Tekka Dynasty when they were swapping between A and B, whether it was on offense or on defense too. So it kind of goes to show that, you know, for a lot of our pilots, for a lot of our competitors, they need to have a depth of pool when it comes to the mobile suits that they can actually pilot in here. And we're seeing some great things out of a lot of our players.
I got to point out once again, I mean, I know there were only 1 game into this set so far, but Hawklight seems like the MVP to me. Very familiar with Hawklight on the Dom, of course. We've seen Hawklight on Dom for almost every single event that's been run for Gundam Evolution, but seeing the Hawklight Gym Sniper was very impressive. I hope we get to see it more in the future, especially with just how many picks it managed to get. But we'll see if we get one on the next map, which will be the Trading Colony. But before that, we're going to go to a short break, so don't go anywhere as we get this next map set up.
All right, welcome back to the Best of the West presented by the Gundam Evolution New Type League. We are moving on to our second map of the first match of the day. Team Char were able to get that win on Harbor City as we move on to Colony Trading Post.
Your mission is to
Colony
destroy
Trading
both
Post,
target
a
objectives.
map that we
mission
have
is
only
about
seen still a few times, but I gotta point out, you know, we might see some Zaku play. We're gonna see on the side of Team Char, who is still, of course, on that red side, still got that advantage. We've got a few different, oh, hello, settings screen, but we can talk about the fact that we've seen so many suits that we haven't had a chance to see before. It looks like there might be, no, we're not gonna have a restart, just making sure, but we have potentially, I mean, there were some Zaku 2 range buffs that were very, very strong. Of course, being able to get back a full bar of boost gauge when you use the smoke, the invincibility. We see the new Gundam getting some buffs as well because it was taking so much damage, and now we're seeing it from David very, very well. I'm very excited to see that. We're seeing just, I mean, the variety of suits is so amazing. I'm glad that we're going to see it, but here, let's see how it goes on Colony.
Yeah, it's interesting to see it, especially on the defense. It's going to be Tekka Dynasty starting off on the offense once again. Hawklight, though, this time around, does get to start off, of course, on that Dom Trooper for his squad. It looks like they will be trying to get that waypoint first, and Char will just go ahead and give that one away for free. We don't typically see teams fighting for that. They're just going to play on the top side here on A site, and if they have to drop down to B, if that's where Tekka Dynasty want to push up.
You can't commit too much to that defense for sure. We've seen a few teams try to commit a lot of defense to that checkpoint, and it just ends up coming back to bite them. But right now, we're not seeing a ton of huge pushes, but here we go. This is going to be the first big push. That is a juicy flame grenade.
Yeah, but as they try to push in, Tekka Dynasty ends up losing out on 2 members. Unruly only finds 1 before he trades away. So it looks like he's going to have to back away from now on the game. With a little bit of help there in the back line, we'll be able to finish off the rest of Tekka Dynasty. And that's going to be the first push for Tekka Dynasty going down. Char will be able to still maintain control over here. You can see now Omni James, he's going to be playing on that Zaku 2 range we were talking about earlier before. And this is what I really did want to see. I wanted to see how the Zaku 2 range plays out, because typically that is a unit that has to kind of play on its own and has to be its own kind of support. And so we'll see if maybe Tekka Dynasty can try and take advantage of that, or if it's going to be too slippery.
Oh, right now, they barely even got the chance. They're getting focused so heavily when they even get into that choke point. But it does seem like we've got a few players of Tekka Dynasty getting already on the point. They're getting past that little choke point. But it's very, very scary to try and plant on the bottom side when there's still players above their grace that you completely shoot through. It does look like 2 members of Tekka Dynasty are going to be going down 3. There are some trades. This isn't the worst thing in the world. I believe it's a 3v3 on the point. So we've got a skirmish.
Yeah, Off the Alligator is here, and he does not get down his heel in time. Tekka Dynasty slowly pick apart the defense, but they are not really in position to plant that Mega Charge safely. It does look like Nostalgia finally does have some backup. We'll be able to get that down. So the Mega Charge now down on point A above. We have only 1 G maneuver online for the defense, but it could be a huge one if Tekka Dynasty find themselves basically clumped up for that Heat Hot Slash, but it's going to be David getting that first pick onto Codename Mood. Now, Omni James trying to work here on the fringes with that Zaku 2 range as another pick comes out, and it looks like he didn't even have to use that Heat Hawk Slash for it. And as the members of Char end up cleaning out Tekka Dynasty, they're taking their time. They will get that disarm on the Mega Charge.
There was a decent amount of time on the Mega Charge. Now, this is a weird map, right? And like in the last map that we saw in Harbor City, I say all the time, oh, actually, we're going to have a little bit of a fight here. Omni James going to really commit in, but that is the power of that new buff. You can use all of your boost meter and then use the smoke grenade and get a free boost meter to get out of there. It is so much harder to lock down Zaku 2 ranged. I love to see it. But like I was saying, you can very easily just not take any of these points. Every single point here is very, very difficult to take on this map. So getting some time on that first detonation is pretty strong, but here we go.
Screaming Nimbus right up to the top line. Now there are a few more G maneuvers on the other side. The Heat Hawk Slash onto Unruly to take him out, and that's going to be a 2-for-1 exchange, but they end up getting the repair as well to get Unruly back into the fray with a minute remaining now. It looks like Tekka Dynasty are looking to clean up the last remaining members of Char, but on the flank, Aesor ends up falling here. Mega Charge does go down once again onto point A as Kaiser finds a pick onto Unruly once more. So he's going to have to run back clean from the backside with Omni James here as well, looking to try and find them. But you can see they're still mounting up a defense here on the retake now. Kaiser going in. He's got his G maneuver activated as well. And it looks like it might be another successful retake coming out from Char. Aesor's going to try and push in with his own G maneuver. But he does end up going down now with the disarm. There's only 28 seconds remaining here for Tekka Dynasty. Will they be able to get that charge down once more?
They have to push pretty quickly here. They're not going to have a lot of time, and we're going to see Enders popping off with the G maneuver. The Screaming Nimbus is going to be a very aggressive option just to try to keep everybody off of the point. We're seeing most of the team of Char just push up completely into that choke point as we're trying to sneak behind, flying with the axe, but I don't know if there's going to be enough time. Attempting a plant right here. Azor is barely alive, and there will be a Mega Charge going down.
Yeah, Unruly also able to top off his team. Never mind, they're going down around him. They end up losing out on two. Unruly and Azor, the only two remaining members here. You can see Omni James on that Zakutu range finally does fall, but now it's coming down to the last remaining members of Tekka Dynasty here as another Mega Charge defuse ends up going down. Codename Moody, can he stop it? No! The body block is there, and Char will put a stop to them here. It does seem like, though, Tekka Dynasty, we're about to get able to get close to 50, maybe 60% on that Mega Charge.
Right, and that can be honestly enough. If your defense is strong enough, that can be enough on this map for sure. We've seen a lot of great teams not be able to take that first point at all. The visibility sightlines defensively from the top to the bottom and the bottom to the top are both so good. It's going to be so difficult to actually get a safe plant off or to defend it once you've actually planted it. So the fact that they've got the 60%, very strong. I do have to say, though, I mean, you can just even see from the damage. Omni James on that Zakutu range did a lot of the damage, was really able to use the fact that there are a lot of these really short sight lines and the ability to kind of sneak behind corners if you have that level of mobility. So I'm glad to see that. And hold on, we see potentially the first heavy arms being hovered over currently. Oh, no. Wait, it's still there, Nostalgia? Potentially on the heavy arms. I'd be really excited to see that if that's true.
Yeah, for the defense, I mean, it could definitely work because, like you said, you were talking about the sight lines. We're working in a lot of close to mid-range areas here. So if we're going to see the heavy arm come out, definitely on the defense, it'll be fantastic. It applies a lot of pressure onto Sazabis. We're seeing a lot of importance being put onto Sazabis from either side, being able to properly support that. That's going to be the most important part. But with the fact that we're not seeing as many supports coming out in terms of our compositions, right? In the past, we would see Dom with a secondary support like a Unicorn or a Methus. That's not something that happens anymore. So we do have the Methus this time around for a robot. So he'll be that extra little bit of heal that Aesor might be able to need, along with that extra pressure onto the shield of Kaiser on the other side. But here we go. We've got Char now pushing out for their first offensive push. Waypoint already, of course, going the way of Char, but that does just mean that Tekka Dynasty will be playing here on that high ground, just waiting out Nostalgia. He's got his quads basically out here, and he does have the sightline to work around it, but Zyros ends up finding that first pick, a robot to go down, but he does get instantly rezzed up. Omni James still sticking on that Zakutu range, finds another pick, and now Char looking to try and close things out here in map number 2.
Ooh, yeah, what a great push all the way through. David doing a ton of the damage. You'd love to see the new Gundam. Not the newest suit anymore, but still one that we very really get to see. And that is going to be nearly a full team wipe. Azor and Codename Mood are both up, but I believe some of them are running back. And this is going to be tough. There's not a lot of time to be able to try and get this defuse on the Mega Charge. There's one chance to regroup, and even then, they're barely going to have that opportunity. Zyros is going to be trying to get a lot of this little extra damage. Codename Mood is going down pretty heavily here. Hawklight low as well, a robot low. Nobody is healthy, and they need to be in there now.
Yeah, 5 seconds remaining. Someone just needs to make a miracle play. Azor gets stopped as he tries to rush on in, and that's the Mega Charge going off. Char will go ahead and take our first victory of the day. That's going to be a 2-0 for them, sending Tekka Dynasty down to the lower bracket.
A great first showing for this team. They've, again, like I've mentioned, never played as a team before. As an individual team, it's great to see them. And we do see the MVP on the Zakutu range. That's one of my favorite MVP poses as well. Great stuff to see. They were able to just so quickly push through that point. I mean, Tekka Dynasty played great as well. They were really close in a lot of situations on both the maps that we saw, but they just weren't quite able to make it in a lot of those situations. Even when they got close, the comeback potential from Team Char was just so strong, and they have obviously the potential to go so far here in Best of the West.
Yeah, I mean, we didn't get to see much of the heavy arms, but it did really come down to Omni James being able to play that threat, that backlining threat on the Zakutu range, as he was doing throughout the entirety of the map, was doing a fantastic job of just pulling so much of the attention away. And the thing about heavy arms is that you do want to play a little bit more death bally. You want to be able to play into one angle, but when you get picked apart like that, it's just too much. So no surprises there that Omni James ends up picking up, of course, the MVP for that game. No surprises there whatsoever. But when we got an opportunity to take a look at the stats when we swapped sides, even though he was, of course, on top of the damage boards, the rest of his team, they were not that far behind. 5 out of the 6 players on that squad, they were above 10,000 damage. So everyone was basically pulling their weight on that team.
That's how it has to be, right? When you're in a game like Gundam Evolution, there are no, set supports. There are no set. I mean, okay, there are obviously, but there's nobody that doesn't do a ton of damage as well. And when you have the strongest teams, they do end up so even like that. I mean, there are a few suits at certain points that tend to get a little bit more damage. Like we tend to see, of course, some of the Ashimars do a little bit more damage sometimes. But you really need damage from everybody. And when you see a team that is like that, just so even across the board, you know that they are a well-coordinated team and they're all putting in a ton of work. So I'm glad to see Team Char do very well in that first match. I'm glad to see that we got to see a few suits that we didn't usually get to see. Again, this has been the first GENL event in over a month. It's the first one since the Season 3 balance patch. So we didn't know exactly what we were going to see or weren't going to see today. I'm glad that we got to see the new Gundam just even in the first match. We got to see heavy arms, even if it was just for a moment. The Zakutu range putting in a ton of work. That's a suit that got buffed. We got to see Hyperion still around, even though that was a suit that got a little bit of a nerf. We got to see just everything. We already have as much, I would say, like variety in suits as we had in maybe the first event of Season 1, if not more already, just within one game, which is great to see.
Yeah, it was a nice little sneak peek into what the meta could be currently, but we still have, of course, our old tried and true Dom Troopers, Ashimars, and Sazabis still sticking around for good measure. Right now, though, we're going to go ahead and take a short break as we set up our next match. This is the Best of the West presented by Gundam Evolution New Type League. So don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be right back right after this.
off a little bit more upstairs just to block a line of sight, but that punch might be the thing that closes this out. Only 2 players left. Can they get the defuse? They cannot.
So going into the grand final against Tekka, we were feeling very confident, especially after we saw the map picks. The map picks we felt were definitely in our favor. We have a bad track record, let's say, against good Barbados players, so we knew that just because of the way we were playing at the time, we were gonna have to focus Gasman, and they had Nox at the time, which is now on he's now on our team, but he was obviously an incredibly strong Exia, like top 1, top 2 Exia in the game. 2 of the best melee players in the game on one team against our team, which is legendarily awful at dealing with melee. We definitely had to be very careful.
But here we go. We are going to see the team comps. We're going to see the gun tank coming out of Team Mafty. There's no way they trolled. No, they got me. They got me there. And we need somebody to get on point right now. But David holding this forward position says, you cannot get past me. You cannot even attempt this. And that looks like that's going to be round 1 with a nearly full hold.
5 seconds. Someone needs to touch, but they are not there in time. Finally, trying to go for that defuse, but they get interrupted. Arrow will put a stop to that one.
We obviously felt strong after beating Tekka on the first map, but we always try to keep the mindset of the series is still going on. You know, they can still come back and win, so we still have to play strong. Going into thermal plants against Tekka, we obviously have very different team compositions. They're running double melee, and they have very good melee players, and we're running no melee. But we decided that we were going to try to run Zakutu ranged, which I think this was the first time in a long time any team ran Zakutu ranged on any map, and we decided to put Profi on it. Ended up working very well. You'll see in the last fight of the game, we knew we were up alt charge, so we had to make sure we kept track of that throughout this entire match.
Team Tekka Dynasty going down. Nox is going to avoid dash for a little bit, but you need to be there to step on point, and that is probably going to be the round here for Team Mafty. Then the rest of that, they're in point 8. What was that?
It's going to be a Sazabi versus Sazabi exchange, but you can see focus without having to contend with another Ashmar. He has complete aerial supremacy for his squad, and so
seconds left or 5% left. I don't know if anybody can get back in time. The screaming miss might go completely unused, and it looks like nobody will be back in time.
With them securing a early waypoint and bomb plant against us, this point in particular is one of those points where you really have to focus on just grouping up, don't freak out, you know, don't get picked while you're grouping back up, and just sort of push back in, get your kills first, and then defuse. That's what our team did here.
yeah, they are very close to the energy cable, but they end up losing out on Gasman. That's one more pick too, as a robot ends up falling here. Mafty like to take their time to clear out their angles before they go for this, but here it is. Arrow coming back. He will ultimately go down. Nox picks up 2, but he should be going down.
We finally managed to get a plant here, and we just sort of had to pull back, buy time, play within the door, make sure we don't get picked. That's the biggest thing.
Again, they're trying their best to body block for it, and this Sazabi might give his life for it. They do end up getting it down once again on.
And it looks like it is going to go off a little bit more upstairs just to block a line of sight, but that punch might be the thing that closes this out. Only 2 players left. Can they get the defuse? They cannot, and Mafty will sweep the grand finals.
I don't think we dropped a single map through the entire tournament. I think we won it 9-0. As always, though, we're never satisfied, and that's what I think separates us from some teams. Even in a great performance, we try to hammer out some things. We don't get complacent with our performances.
Landfest is community. LANFest builds and supports gaming communities to support charity. We have more than 25,000 attendees and 400 volunteers across 18 chapters that span 3 countries. LANFest is charity. Charity is at the core of what LANFest is. We've raised more than $1 million for charities nationwide. We support food banks, veterans, animals, hospitals, and so much more. LANFest is gaming. Come join LANFest.
Welcome back to the Best of the West, presented by the Gundam Evolution New Type League, and of course, sponsored by Sotoras, Bloodline, and like you saw right there, LANFest. Thank you so much for all of your support, guys. And if you want to support at home, make sure you check out our Matcherino page right now. We have $1,000 on the line, all going to first place. But if you want to contribute to the prize pool, you can do so over at Matcherino. There's some free ways that you can contribute as well. So go ahead and check that out when you can. Now, back to the show. I'm Jamerson, joined once again by Wonder Chef. And Wonder Chef, we had an excellent 2-0 coming out from Char just before the break.
And now we're going to get a chance to potentially see it again, as Team Char will be taking on Team Last Second. This is already going to be a super high tier match, and this will be one of the deciders for who makes it to our championship Sunday tomorrow. We actually got to hear a lot about what we might see in this match from Enders himself, who is on Team Char. Now, that was a video that was talking a lot about, I guess, when he was on Mafty, which he normally is on Mafty. This is kind of an offshoot of Mafty. But talking about, for example, how they had to target Gasman, who is a player on Last Second. And there's going to be a lot of similarities between what we just heard from Enders and what we could potentially see in this game. However, there are some new factors added to this. Players like Zyros, who haven't been able to be in here before as much, or the differences of the players on Team Last Second. But regardless, this is going to be, for sure, a top tier match.
Yeah, and so we do have the map pick, so let's go ahead and check that out. As again, we had some interesting ones, and we're kind of a little bit disappointed we didn't get to see any domination maps. So maybe hopefully this time around we will, because those tend to be a treat when it comes down to it. But coming in for our Last Second versus Char matchup, it's going to be Colony Trading Post getting banned out first from Last Second.
Maybe they just saw how well Char did on that map, and they're like, you know what, let's not do that. But Flak Fort banned again, a very early ban. We're going to Quarry, a map that was banned in the last set, so already we're going to be seeing something new guaranteed. And it does seem like there might be a chance for domination. Not in the main matches. Harbor City once again.
Yeah, it looks like maybe possibly 2 domination bans coming in a row. And yeah, there it is. Thermal plants. We'll see. Underground Command Center. Okay, so Mountain R&D. That will be the decider map if this goes to a 3. And if honestly, even though we've got this kind of running curse of just 2 zeros up until our grand finals, this is one of those matchups, like you said, where I can definitely see this going all 3 maps.
Yeah, just based on these teams, the fact that these teams have almost kind of had a rivalry in a way. Of course, it's not the full team of Team Mafty. It is an offshoot. However, some of their best players are on Team Char. So this should be really interesting to see. Of course, Last Second was the team that managed to pull off the first upset against Team Mafty, beating them in the grand finals with a 3-0 reverse sweep of the previous GENL event that we had, as well as Last Second took first place of the Creature Cup, I believe it's called. So they've been doing very, very well for themselves. Team Mafty, of course, was our reigning champion for a very long time. They've won some tournaments since we've seen all of you last as well. So this is really 2 of our strongest teams that we have in the tournament. And they're already meeting just to see who can even make it guaranteed in the winner's bracket to the second day. It's a very, very early treat, I would say, for all of us.
Yeah, and it's difficult to try and gauge the strength of Team Char right now. Like you said, a roster that we haven't seen compete together in this iteration, but all strong players across the board regardless. And they had a pretty convincing victory there in our first match of the day. So really hoping for a full 3-map set. We'll find out, though. We're going to take one short break as we get the match set up and all of our players into the lobby. And when we do, we'll be right back for our second match of the day here for the Best of the West, presented by the Gundam Evolution New Type League. So don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be right back right after this. All right, welcome back to the Best of the West presented by the Gundam Evolution New Type League. We are entering into our first winner's semifinal match between Last Second and Char. We are here, of course. Joining me once again, we got Evan Hashimoto, Wonder Chef, breaking down this match.
Oh, yes, I'm so excited for this. We're on Quarry, and we're already seeing, I don't know if this is true, I don't know if it's a lock-in, but Gasman hovering over the Zaku 2 melee, a suit that we haven't seen for a long time. I don't know how long it's been since we've seen a spin to win, but we've also got an Exia, a suit that's very much fallen out of favor. We are one away from the full brawler comp on the side of Team Last Second, and on the other side, we've got other suits we don't usually get to see. David still once again on that new Gundam, committing to that Omni James back on the Zaku 2 range that we saw in the last set, putting in so much work. So I am super excited. Gasman actually changing up Last Second, of course. We'll see if it is a lock-in to that gym, but that's another one that we don't get to see that often.
Yeah, we don't get to see Jim often, but that double kind of fire going down with the help of Ashmar on that exponent could be incredibly strong in trying to just maybe focus down this Zabi with it. Early cheese coming up from Zyros, though, gets himself up to 8 charge there on his G maneuver, but now as Last Second charges up, Amano's got to be careful. He's dropped down low on that Tail Rider. They will be able to get go ahead and push up. It doesn't look like there's anyone playing defensively on that high ground. David is the first one to find the pick. That's going to be Blue Jay going down, instantly repaired as well by Wiki. But so far, it's going to be Char just trying delaying things, but James ends up falling on that Zaku 2 range. They do still push them back, though, at the very least, and so it's even trades basically across the board. Still, it's going to favor the offense as they fight over this waypoint.
They are taking some ground, but the problem is I don't know if they have the power to actually take it. I'm glad that they're holding this offensive position as they're waiting for players to run back, though. I think it's a really, really smart move. They've got that little bit extra support, the defense and the healing from Gasman on that gym, which can be kind of that like great secondary support. Ooh, Zusi just barely getting down on the health pack, and they're not going to be able to get that pick up. Really unfortunate. Gasman going down as well, and this looks like this might be a full reset as we're going to see Wiki retreat a little bit. Everybody else is retreating a little bit. They're not going to be able to push for at least the respawn timer here.
Yeah, Zyros is doing a fantastic job on that Ashmar, just controlling space, and that's what you really need to be able to do. You can see X1 take it to the skies to look for a molly of his own, but not the biggest of groups coming out, not the biggest of clumps coming out from Char. Ooh, 11 HP. He will end up taking that pack. It does seem like it's a 2-for-1 exchange, though. James falling ultimately as Last Second are sent packing once again back to their respawn.
Oh, this is a much more full wipe than we've seen before, so that means that they're going to have to fight for even a little bit more of that forward positioning than they had. They're going to have to get at, I mean, just really harassed as they're walking down this center lane. Amano, though, is going to get some really nice positioning here up on the high ground. We have seen Amano do so much damage before, been the MVP of many, many matches in my eyes, and if they can get some nice shots up here, one pick could mean everything.
So right now, the picks are just coming in from Char, and so he hasn't been able to find an opening for himself quite yet on the other side. Char, though, for the defense, they've got two G maneuvers available. Mono will be able to take out Kaiser, and he is not in a recoverable position. That's a Zabi going down. So a lot of their front line is back. You can see now, Last Second are still trying to find an opening here. They're not ready to push in quite yet. James is getting chased down, but there it is. The Heat Hawk slash to find one, but the Hades comes in from behind just to try and equalize things out. We do have the Hades pop right off the alligator, but he has been pushed back into that hallway, and so finally, Last Second break the defense. They will be able to get that waypoint, but now they're left with 1 minute and 30. They still have to plan.
I mean, there have been worse situations, but they're only going to get 1 or maybe 2 full pushes onto a site. Let's see which they decide. We usually see B, but we saw last game a lot more A's. However, this is a big commitment from Enders to defend B with this Screaming Nimbus, and that is going to be 2 players on the side of Last Second going down. Gasman actually switching over to the Sazabi is going to be going down. They're really trying to push in with as much shield as they possibly can, but nobody is up. This might have to be a regroup on the side of Last Second. David as well, potentially going to get some picks with those drones. No, not quite enough with the funnels. There's going to be a little bit of run back and healing, but this is for sure the final push for Last Second.
Oh, they lose out on 2 as well as they try to push in for last second. Things are looking absolutely dire. Jinx is doing a fantastic job as well on that side 2 lane. And really throughout all that, he was able to capture that waypoint, and the waypoint has been neutralized once more. So it's back to the starting line basically for last second as they are getting absolutely stagnant here. Char gonna shut them down here on our first point. Another pickup coming out from Kaiser, and now with only 27 seconds remaining, last second are now pushed back to their spawn.
I don't think there's enough time no matter what happens here. It looks like they are just too far away. If you're back at your spawn at this amount of time, there's just, I mean, literally it's just one of the longest runs that you can have on offense. So they're just playing for a little bit of damage right here just to mess around, mess with their aim, but I don't think they're going to be able to have a chance. Not even a single plant on A or B here in the first offense for last second. And now Char only needs to get a little bit of time and they will be taking game number 1, but we'll see if last second can hold down this choke point as well as Char did.
Yeah, just a complete shutdown going out there. That's an absolutely amazing defense coming out from Char, but it goes to show, of course, they know how to play this map. Not only is it enough to win the team fights out, even if you get pushed off of that waypoint, you can't come back to try and cap that from behind and delay things for the offense. Beautiful job coming out from Char here for last second, though. Now they need to put up a similar defense just to try and get the draw on this map, and we don't get to see that fairly often here on Quarry.
I have to point out David's damage on the new Gundam. I keep saying it, but we just haven't seen that much new Gundam in tournament before. You know, we've seen a little bit of it, but with the changes that it got, they did increase the damage that the funnels deal overall. They lowered they increased the cooldown on it, made it a little bit stronger overall, and it looks like that, along with some of the changes to like its walk speed while it's ADSing and a little bit of its survivability, it looks like that's really putting in a lot of work. Of course, we all know David, one of the best players in the entire league. So to switch from a tank role to whatever new Gundam technically is, it's really nice to see that in just ridiculous amount of damage.
Yeah, we'll put him at like the off tank role, definitely helping out, especially if you end up losing out on your Sazabi early on. David can just slot in as a secondary tank. And so now with last second swapping on over, Gasman picking up his titular, basically Barbatos. Everyone knows him for that one. So he's going to be on the defense for that. So he's going to play that similar role that James was, trying to play that flanker. If things go bad, if they end up losing out the waypoint, we're going to be looking towards Gasman and try and play that back line to get that back for them. But now as the rollout comes through, you can see David, the only one playing for the right-hand side. They all try to clear out that left-hand side, pushing up onto Gasman, who is controlling, and he finds that first pick onto Enders.
Oh, so quick off the bat. And this is Gasman's specialty. Of course, this is an infamously strong level for Barbatos. Now, Barbatos did get a little bit of a nerf on the overall combo if you start it from the downward stab, like with the move that we just saw right there. But Barbatos overall is going to have the same game plan, and especially if you get one full charge or just the ability to just rush down a low HP, it's going to work well. But Gasman's going to go down. Zuzi's going down as well. Amano gets a pick, but that's going to be the waypoint for sure for Char, and they have 3 minutes and 45 seconds to just get 1/4 of this plant off.
Yeah, in stark contrast to last second, who struggled and basically had 1:50 remaining when they finally were able to pick that one up. Zyros, though, trying to find one on his own. The Gundam Unicorn there in the 1v1. He will be able to take him down, but they should be able to get the repair and get him back in. Never mind, Zyros will be able to finish off one more as well. Blue Jay falling now. He's here on the high ground. They haven't planted quite yet. We'll see in just a moment if last second can try and continue to push up. But right now, it's just exchanges. Gasman on this Barbatos is creating so much chaos for them.
I mean, that is exactly what that suit wants to do, and Gasman, of course, being one of our best Barbatos players, maybe, honestly, even in the world. Of course, rank 1 in the world for a while, at least. Oh, but Ender is trying to get away. Oh, goes down. Gasman surviving in 63 crowd. Oh, just walked into the mine. No way.
Yeah, the mega charge, though, ticking away, and there it is. They were able to get it down, and Char will be able to take our first map in this best of 3 here in the semifinals.
Oh, yeah, that was a quick turnaround right there. That was Char just showing how strong they are. It's gonna be Offbeat Alligator. Okay, I'm not gonna lie. I don't know who Offbeat Alligator is. Is Offbeat Alligator? Does anybody know? Is that somebody under a different name, or is that just a player like from like a different region that wasn't able to play? It's just not somebody that I'm familiar with, and I feel like that may be embarrassing. But they are absolutely killing it. They were killing it too as well in the last set. If anybody out there has any information, please tell me, because I'm a fool. But that was, I mean, I think Char is looking very, very strong to make it all the way. Of course, there's the other side of Team Mafty, and they haven't won this set quite yet, but just with their coordination and their individual strength, it is looking very good for them as their first tournament as a set team.
Yeah, I mean, you know, who knows? Maybe some players are just kind of shaking off the rust right now and try to get back into the flow of things, but we are seeing some great things so far out of Team Char. That's 3 maps in a row where they have been able to win out fairly convincingly whatsoever. We're going to go ahead and take a short break, though. When we get back, we'll have map number 2 right after this. What a stat line. Take a look at that. David with almost 30,000 damage.
Oh my gosh, yeah, I pointed out during the game, but just to see that overall at the end, that is ridiculous. I love these new stats, by the way. I love the fact that we get to look at this. Of course, some players do play suits that do end up doing a little bit less damage, some play more. Stats are never anything in any game, but this is a really good look as to how suits are performing, how players are performing with those suits. Offbeat Alligator, I did learn is Baranox. I got like 6 different answers from chat, and I was like, okay, clearly it's somebody I know, and they're all just trolling me, but I figured it out. And oh my gosh, you could look at some of the KD ratios. Look at how wildly they vary. There are some 24s in there.
Yeah, 24s. That's going to be both for Enders and Baranox on that Pale Rider, both doing a fantastic job. And of course, you know, especially when it comes down to those very stable kind of positions, right? Your hit scan along with your Dom Trooper player. No surprises there whatsoever. We are waiting on map number 2 of the set. We'll see if Char can just go ahead and run 4 quick maps in a row for themselves. They are looking absolutely stellar right now.
Yeah, I mentioned earlier today, I was like, oh yeah, you know, I think everybody's going to be a lot closer. We're not going to get as many 2-0s, but so far Char is kind of trying to prove me wrong right there. They are just working so well as a team. I mean, I know I just keep pointing it out, but I really love the new Gundam usage. It was just barely under being that full level of like, it's just like having a good place on a team, I guess you could say. And it looks like it's kind of finally broken through there. We're seeing new Gundams on a good amount of teams, but we'll see what happens here. I do kind of expect Char to stick with the same team comp they've been using, plus the Gym Sniper, which will then switch later because we have seen them on this map already today. But Last Second has a lot of options, and we did see Gasman switching between, I think, 5 different suits so far.
Yeah, we saw him on Sazabi for a little bit. Of course, we got to see the Barbados as well, but right now it looks like Last Second might be trying to reacquire an identity for themselves. Really, it was a lot of off the back of the moments that Gasman was able to find on the Barbados play. So not being able to kind of stick with that identity might be punishing them here. So it's kind of like a reacquiring basically for them. But here we go. We are now on Harbor City for our second map. Last Second starting off on the offense once again. Big grenade coming up from Zyros once more on that Ashmar.
The enemy is hit.
And Gasman flying above. So weird to see Gasman not on the Barbados. Give him a gun, call him Gatman. Oh, but here's the first big push, and already a mono going down. Blue Jay is low. We're going to see a lot of picks on the side of Last Second, but actually they're really low. Some of them getting picked back up. This is actually a great first push, and that is going to be nearly a full team down on the side of Char. As soon as I thought that was going to be a lot of picks, I was completely wrong. They all survived at like 1 HP.
Yeah, the big difference maker here is that Last Second, they were not running that Gym Sniper. So they weren't going into the sniper duels. They wanted to just death ball up together, clump up, and push in, and not give Offbeat Alligator that opportunity to try and find that pick. Now, this is going to be interesting. We'll see if he wants to stick on to that Gym Sniper here on the defense, but that will be the first point going over towards Last Second. Kaiser with a cheeky little peek to see them crossing the bridge for now, but because of how quickly Last Second were able to take that, there's no G maneuvers really available. So gonna have to be coming off with just sheer aim right there. There it is, the first knock, and the second coming in for Devotion, taking out Blue Jay. So a small stumble on the defense there for Char, but they will be able to regain their footing here on the bridge.
Ooh, this is an annoying angle to deal with. If anybody's ever fought a good Ashmar that can, or really any sort of aerial mobile suit that can fight over that wall and kind of just do that extra level of damage while you're trying to even get to the choke point, it is absolutely obnoxious in the best way possible, of course. And Zyros, of course, a great Ashmar player. Kaiser as well, doing a little bit of aggression, throwing the axe over the wall, but now Devotion took the brunt of that damage, and this is a full push coming in with a pick from Gasman.
Now we do have the Screaming Nimbus though coming out from the other side as Char will be able to stop them, hold in their tracks, and pushing them back. And actually it was just a punch coming up from Zyros. Never mind, they did not utilize that Screaming Nimbus. Enders will be able to hold on to that one. We talk about it time and again when it comes to fighting over this bridge. Those are the two G maneuvers that you're really looking at for that hold. And so this time around, it's going to come down to Enders being able to pop it at the right time.
Oh, speaking of popping at the right time, Enders is going to use this G maneuver to try and stagger. The Screaming Nimbus is just going to bully all of the close members. Enders not overcommitting, very, very smart, knowing that he's going to be taking a lot of damage for that. Amano has the Hades ready, as you can see right here, but look how low, 21 HP. Last Second's done a great job of staying alive with not much health this entire game. And they've now eaten through 2 G maneuvers. There's a third one technically still on with Alchemy Alligator using, of course, that Recon G maneuver, but now there's a lot less resources on the side of the defense. This could be a good push.
Yeah, Naveen will go ahead and pop his, but the Hades along with the punch is going to net them 2 kills. It's a 3 for 2 though, but again, you can see how strong Zyrus has been on that Ashtamar, really allowing them to stabilize once more, but the Hades is still active now for Amano. Finally ending now as Zyrus tries to go in for that punch once more, but he will get taken down though. These trades still slowing down Last Second as they're still trying to push across this bridge, allowing time for Char to try and regroup here for point B.
Oh, here we go. This is the best opportunity that they're going to have, I think. I mean, they've got 2 minutes and 30 seconds left, but they have great number advantage here. There is a pushback from the high ground on the side of Char, but 2 of them are still respawning. And there's a chance here that they just get picked off and staggered all the way. 2 already ticks on the point. That's going to be Exponent going down. That's going to be a lot of members of Last Second going down. That third tick is looking really tough to get, but at least 2 with 2 minutes left to go. That was a very effective push.
That was extremely close too, but as you can see, Blue Jay ended up going down with his G maneuver available, and that Screaming Nimbus could have been enough to turn the tides on that. But I feel like it was just a split second off that he wasn't able to utilize that one. And so that's only the 2 ticks going over for Last Second, and now it's back over towards this bridge. They have some time to work with though. 1 minute and 46 seconds, and Blue Jay can open things up with this Screaming Nimbus. Nice little damage there onto Zyros. Might be the opening they need, along with the backup of Gasmat. He has his G maneuver available too, but they're going to try and do this one dry to get onto the point, but from behind. Looks like 2 for 2. Never mind, that's a 3 for 2 exchange. Once again, Char able to hold things down on this bridge. There's only one player remaining here. Devotion is trying to send him back. He has to be careful himself. But now we're down to 1 minute and 19 seconds remaining for Last Second.
Oh no, Devotion's G maneuver could mean a ton here. We've seen that it can wipe entire teams, but it leaves you so vulnerable as you're using it. I'm excited to see if there is going to be a chance to pick up at least 1 to 2 people, especially the fact that you can push them off the map on Harbor. But we've got a lot of G maneuvers coming up for this final fight. Wiki's going to get a first pick, and here we go. We're going to get 1 person down, maybe 2 off the map. That is 2 down. That is huge, gigantic, just to be able to delay them with only 50 seconds left. This is going to be 2 picks, though, on the side of Char as well, so we're coming down to about a 3v3 here.
And he survived with about 60 HP. Zusi, though, is going to try and backdoor this one, but he has been spotted out. Takes to the skies. Zyro says no. Only one Ashtamar can survive in the skies here. Takes him out now. 30 seconds remaining. And now, Char, they're going to have so many G maneuvers available for this last defensive hold, and they are pushing all the way back towards the bridge. Zyro's holding on to that punch. There we go. Into the back line, and he will fly out safe. Something about our flyers, our pilots are on absolute fire. Amano trying to get anything going here with the Hades up, but he's not finding any damage across the board. Survives with Nevermind, no HP, 4 seconds remaining. Last Second will only be able to get 61%. Char with another beautiful defense.
That was a masterclass in the management of staggering your G maneuvers. That was a beautiful resource management showing from the side of Char. They used each one on each push at the perfect moments. They didn't overcommit any of their resources. There was never a fight that they had to take where they didn't have at least 1 really great defensive G maneuver, and it shows. I mean, just great stuff from both teams. Of course, getting 2 ticks on point B is almost a win in, it's a minor win for sure, as we've seen a million different teams not take a single tick on point B there. So great stuff from the side of Last Second. It looks like they're feeling a lot better. They're feeling a lot more solid than they were on that last map.
Yeah, but once again, Char are showing that it's an absolutely star-studded roster. 4 of their players above 20K, but it was Zyros clear and above the rest of his squad. And we kind of expect that when it comes to Ashmar players. He had 27,000 damage while the rest, while his other 3 squad mates had maybe 22,000 around there. But when it comes down to being able to control space, control and do massive amounts of AoE damage, Zyros was showing it with both the flame along with his punch setups.
Yeah, I mean, we didn't really get a chance to like visually see it, but Zyros did a punch into a flame grenade that ended up in a 5 kill for just Zyros. That is ridiculous. That is one of the strongest overall punches that I think we maybe have ever had in this league, at least. And Zyros, again, so glad to be able to see them here and playing and showing off like what they can really do. One of the MVPs without a doubt. But here we go. It's offensive time now for Team Char. Let's see if they can make it happen.
It's going to be off the alligator starting off once again with that Jim sniper. And there's no sniper on the other side, so this is basically going to be free for him to be able to play at complete range. Not finding an opening quite yet. He does know that there's an Ashmore off to the side, keeping an angle on that. Zyros takes to the sky, tries to get that flame down, but you can see that the death ball of last second backs away. Wiki finds that first pick, and it's Zyros who ends up going down, but that's a 1-for-1 exchange, and of course we know how well these exchanges work out for the offense. As Offbeat Alligator finds one more, and there it is. It's slow goings, it's not as fast as last second we're able to push onto the points, but they are doing their due diligence. They are clearing out all their corners as they push on up, and they will be able to get onto the point.
It's a slow but a solid push. I really like it. Nobody really jumped ahead and overcommitted. They wanted to make sure they were safe, and now they're going to have the ability to, since they have so many people up, to kind of preemptively try to challenge this choke point a little bit, at least make sure they're not being held on the bridge. In fact, we're going to see Devotion moving forward pretty heavily right here. Yeah, maybe a little bit too much. Going to back up and just play safe, but I like the fact that they're taking their space as they're moving into the second choke point.
Nice little pickup there, but they should be able to get the repair onto Zusi, but throughout all of that, as they try to go for it, they end up losing out on 2. And so now the presence on that bridge basically on Wiki does get repaired back on up, but the numbers advantage is still here for Char, and they have G maneuvers available. Defeat is holding on to his own as they are already regrouping here to push off to the bridge. And there it is, the G maneuver going on down. They will check their corners, but it looks like the bridge has been evacuated as they try and fall back. Blue Jay ends up going down to beat on the front line with the backup of his squad. They try to go for a miracle repair, and they get him back on up. Blue Jay will instantly go back down, but you can see the trades coming out from last second, staggering out this push from Char.
Yeah, with Ender's going down, that is going to slow them down a decent amount, but they're still holding this forward position. They're going to get that pickup. Oh, they got the repair, but then immediately goes right back down. However, there's going to be a trade in the end, and this is looking really strong for last second to be able to defensively hold this, just with that pickup that is essentially like a 2-for-1 trade. Wiki is going to push forward with that G maneuver to try to just get that extra little bit of damage and a little bit of protection, closing out this push for sure. Oh, that flame grenade was huge. It did so much damage. You can see how low Mono is. Blue Jay is getting pinned down as well, but I don't know if Char has the power here to fully make this push.
Well, they have the punch though, and that's been powerful enough, potent even for Zyros. He just needs to find that angle now, chasing them down. They have backed off into a corner. You can see full group really playing around that death ball once again. Could prove to their detriment if Zyros finds his opening. All 6 members now regroup here to try and defend point B, as Char actually pretty split up, trying to look for an opening here. And again, that flame grenade coming out from Zyros. The punch is there in the back line, and now we've got the Screaming Nimbus out from Enders for good measure. Amano, the only one up for his squad, tries to go for a miracle repair here. Will be able to get it off, but they've already basically secured 1 tick for the squad. We'll see if the second one comes in for Char.
Oh, Devotion going in again with that G maneuver, going to not have any effect though. It just managed to steal a little bit of time, and they need to stay on this point. They need to keep contesting it. Blue Jay's going to be using the Screaming Nimbus, chasing down Enders. They are going to get a few picks, but this is a 1-for-1, and oh no, it looks like somebody may have gotten off the point, and that is going to be Char taking it just barely. It seemed like there were people there, but did everybody just step off at the same moment?
It looks like maybe there were 1 or 2 players remaining for the defense for last second, but no surprises there. Zyros able to pick up that MVP, and he was doing a stellar job on that Ashmar throughout both the offense and the defense. So congratulations, we have our first squad for our winners finals, and that will be Char. Moving on to tomorrow's games, they can now just watch the rest of today's broadcast in the lap of luxury, basically, at this point, as our teams battle it out. We do have one more semifinals match that will be taking place after this, And then after that, we will be moving down to our lower bracket and basically slog through that. We have a lot more games in store for you. So we're going to go ahead and take a short break. And when we get back, we'll have our second winners semifinals match after this.
Maybe. Well, I mean, we can. Oh, there we go. Run weird.
Oh, my bad. All right, so are we trying to do stats every time now?
Is the reverse sweep going to happen? Devotion going down. Nobody's left, and the reverse sweep is completed.
We did a lot of practicing starting into the tournament. We were like trying to decide on, what our comps were. Game day came and I wasn't there for the entire tournament. I don't even think I was there for like the first game. Just kept kind of watching my team play and they were all doing really well. We have Fusion Blackie, who's a really strong turn A player, and we let him play to his strength. Chisholm is like one of the best Pale Riders in the game. The level of synergy that we would have would make the difference. I mean, like beating Mafty or not.
And welcome back, everybody. It's time for grand finals here at the Breakout Series event number 3. It all comes down to these two teams between Mafty and, of course, Last Second. Don't see it exploding. Oh, it looks like it was exploding in the bomb room, which is going to guarantee that there's no chance.
Mafty about to shut down Last Second on the first half unless someone can get a miracle pence, but no, they're all too busy.
Soak up some of the damage as the rest of the team gets down there, but so many are going down for Last Second.
It's the Hades that gets absolutely shut down by Mafty, hiding behind Fusion Black.
Going into map 3, I think it was Harbor City. I know Invictus was pulling out the Pocket Hyperion pick, and it gives us so much space to like play for. We swapped out me for Tism. They did really good. I was so happy when I saw we won.
And still living true to their name, Last Second is going to take this in the last second. Oh, but this is looking really good. They've got 2 G maneuvers. They just need to take a little bit more. Blue Jay managing to get a few picks here with that G maneuver, and only one going down on the side of last second. This looks like this should be it. They just need to get this player off, and that is going to be the first game on the board for last second.
The plan for attack on Flag 4 for us was pretty simple. We methodically engaged simultaneously. Exponent was leading in, looking for information with his scan. And the second we turned that corner, I saw 2 people out of position. And I instantly called for the play to be made. And I got a pick on their support, and I took crash in. That allowed us to snowball the choke point.
System activated though, but he gets shut down. Blue Jay will come in. Carl's taken with the butterfly, but this is not the point you want to try and use the butterfly from.
Tino doing a lot of damage, getting Profi down. This is a huge advantage. Only 2 members up for Mafty. This last second can hold on here. Just keep the trickle of Mafty players out. We could go to a game 5. They've got 1 tick. Nobody's on point. And we're going to go to our first ever game number 5 here in Grand Finals.
So we know Mafty want to control high ground, right? They want to make sure they control us ever walking up on them and absolutely beam us. So the plan was for me as a bar player to coordinate, like me attacking from underground, to get underneath them.
The corner to charge forward now with the shields as well. Gasman finds one in the back line.
They're within like 5% of each other. There are a lot of both players available here. Gasman is going to get a pick.
It was really intense. They kept trying to themselves for the new point a little early. So I would sneak in and go collect 5%.
But Exponent has fallen, and now here it is, the punch, the screaming Nevis, everything coming in for last second.
Is the reverse sweep going to happen? Devotion going down. Nobody's left, and the reverse sweep is completed as last second takes the tournament, takes the set, takes the round.
It was so nice to know that we beat the strongest team in the game.
LANFest is community. LANFest builds and supports gaming communities to support charity. We have more than 25,000 attendees and 400 volunteers across 18 chapters that span 3 countries. LANFest is charity. Charity is at the core of what LANFest is. We've raised more than $1 million for charities nationwide. We support food banks, veterans, animals, hospitals, and so much more. LANFest is gaming. Come join LANFest.
All right, welcome back to the Best of the West, and that was another convincing 2-0 victory just before the break by Team Char. They're in their semifinals, and they did it again, such a convincing way as well.
I know. So convincing in 2 different sets so far, our only 2 sets of the day. But again, I'm so glad that it's happening because for anybody who's not aware, this tournament in particular is open to more regions than we usually get to see, and these regions are popping off. We've got some players, especially on Team Char, that have been just absolutely showing the level of play that we can see from all of the other different regions. I'm so excited. I just want to see even more regions all come together. Of course, I know a lot of us really want like a West versus East type thing with like a lot of the GGGP players, but we'll see what of course all can happen in the future. I'm just really excited to see, you know, a global showing for Gundam Evolution.
Yeah, and if I'm not mistaken, I think we got a stat line breakdown for our last map there. So if we can take a look at that quite quickly, because again, I love being able to take a look at these stats after the game just to see what our players were able to put up. And those numbers are absolutely absurd. Offbeat Alligator with almost 40k damage on Quarry, but not to be outdone. Look, David, Zyros, Enders, all really close behind him.
There were also some great numbers on the other side as well from Team Last Second. We had, 26s from Exponent and Wiki, and then Amano, of course, one of the best Pale Rider players that we've seen with that 32k. And just looking at these strictly damage numbers, again, I always want to stress that stats are not everything by a huge margin. I want to say that I've heard this too as well. I think Pale Rider is back to being one of the stronger suits overall. We saw a lot of the Pale Rider players switching off to try out like the Hyperion or try out a few different other options during the last kind of meta that we had. But you can see here the Pale Riders leading their respective packs with Amano and Offbeat Alligator. We're kind of back to seeing that as a core strong damage dealer on the team.
Yeah, context is the most important thing when it comes to stats, right? You can't just look at raw stats and just be like, oh yeah, blah, 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 blah. You have to be able to put it into context. And for the incredible showing that we had out of Char for the other side, right? The opponent's DPS to be able to put up that number is incredible, especially with how cleanly that Char were able to make a lot of their pushes, right? On the flanks, being able to fall back and do that damage as that Pale Rider is so incredibly important. So we're still really good showing, but right now we're heading into our map picks and bans for our second semifinal of the day. This is going to be Mafty versus Sotoras, and our first ban coming in.
And it's going to be Flak Fort. Why does everybody hate Flak Fort? Somebody tell me why everybody's hating Flak Fort right now. Thermal Plant banned as well. I can understand that one a little bit more. We've seen a lot of teams just really pop off on that map and use its chaos really well. But finally, we're going to go to a domination map as we're going to see Team Mafty choosing Mountain R&D Lab.
Yeah, Sotoras will go ahead and pick Quarry as our first map pick, and then we will go into our second round of bans, and it's Harbor City going down from Team Mafty, as Sotoras will go ahead and ban out Underground Command Center.
And Colony Trading Post will be the decider if we do get to that point. I made a call that we might see more Game 3s today, and so far I have been wrong, but we'll see what can actually happen. However, just the fact that we're going to start off on a domination map, I'm pretty excited for that. We haven't had a chance to see that game type yet today, and Mountain R&D is a level that really gets to show off a lot of the skill, I think, of the teams, like the individual skill, the coordination, the ability to, I guess, not hesitate when taking positions, when, trying to push for space. It just really gets to show a lot of the technical skill of these teams because it is so even. It's almost like a paintball, like speedball map, right? Like there's a set terrain right here. It's a little short, specific range. You know exactly where people are going to be at. It's just all about the fight.
Yeah, and during our break also, we had that Vault series look-in with Gasman as well. Speaking of his experience playing in particular up against Mafty on this map and how they like to control that high ground. So we will be keeping an eye on that when we get into our first map. We're going to go ahead and take a short break though as we get the lobby set up for this match. When we get back, it'll be our second semifinals here for the Best of the West presented by the Gundam Evolution New Type League. Welcome back to the Best of the West presented by the Gundam Evolution New Type League. We are about to head into map number 1 in our second semifinal of the day. Mafty versus Sotoras here on Mountain R&D Lab.
And Sotoras, a team that we've seen for a long time in these tournaments, doing better and better every single time. I'm glad to see them up here, potentially fighting for a spot for day number 2, but Team Mafty, actual Team Mafty, you know, it's kind of weird talking about the Team Char like they were kind of half Team Mafty, because they were half Team Mafty, but Mafty has so many players on it that they still can fill out full rosters, even when some of their other players move off to kind of play as a second team in the tournament. And we've got some great players here. We're going to see someone starting off on a Reducta 2 ranged, Arrow playing that great set of units I love to see, but here we go, fighting already for this high ground.
Yeah, on the other side, though, you can see that they're trying to play a bit more brawler-centric. They have Boondiggles there, but it's not gonna matter because Nox on that Barbados finds a knock. Will be able to clean that one up as well, forcing back the Sotoras members. And it looks like all the exchange is just going in the favor of Team Mafty. We're starting off on point C as it unlocks in just a moment.
And that's not a super surprise, right? Of course, Team Mafty is the dominant force in the league right here. They did go down to last second in the previous event that we had, but they've still been by far the most consistent team. Sotoras has a heck of a mountain to climb here on Mountain R&D, and the Unicorn Gundam actually a suit that got a huge buff in this last patch. I'm sorry we haven't seen it more, but just based on the maps, we haven't had the chance to, and it's going to play here pretty effectively.
Still, though, the fight's going in favor of Mafty. They've already secured themselves 24%. You can see what we were talking about, what Gasman was talking about in that excellent presentation, just how much pressure that he put on, but also able to control the high ground and make those early shifts on over. I'm not going to see anyone from support, though, try and backdoor and get a little bit of extra percentage there on C. It's going to be all positioning for A. They have to stick together as a group because things like that happen. Arrow in the back line, able to pick them apart. Nox goes in for the cleanup, and now Garma will be the next one to fall. And so the point hasn't unlocked quite yet, but it's all Mafty in control.
And we've said this a million times here on this map, but it is so difficult to retake either high ground if one team has high ground on either A or C. They can shift over in literally seconds, so you have to find a really strong way to approach, and against a team as strong as Mafty, that is going to be way easier said than done. We do see, too, this punch is ready from Focus, one of the strongest G movers on this map. Oh, that's a great opportunity for it! Almost didn't even need it. That was just adding even more damage on top of a huge damage situation. There's an attempt at a recap here, but there's only one player on the point. It's going to be Boondiggles, probably trying to get out of there. And this point for sure is going to go, at least at the start, to Team Mafty, who actually still has 3 G maneuvers up.
Yeah, a little bit surprising that they committed 3 G maneuvers into that. That was the Heat Hawk slash from Arrow, but honestly, you can count that as like half a G maneuver with how quickly you're able to charge that one up. Focus, though, is still putting in a lot of damage, and so after using that punch, he's got 40%. Knocked in the back, uses his G maneuver as well, but it's enough to stagger them. That's going to be the cleanup coming up from Mafty, only losing out on Profi throughout all of that, but they will basically secure all of point A, and now we're going back to point C. That's what we see here on Mountain R&D.
I don't know why, just the curse. B is just so rare. But that's actually a really tough thing. B is the easiest point to probably make that comeback, the 100% comeback, which is going to be absolutely necessary here for Sotoras. They do have 4 G maneuvers, working on a few more than that, but they need to make this happen. There's not a lot of time. Once this unlocks, only 9%, only really 8% left for the win for Mafty.
And for Sotoras, though, this is their biggest opportunity. Only 1 G maneuver online for Mafty. They've got that punch, but honestly, it might be enough in the face of, what, 4 on the other side for Sotoras. So the point will unlock, and now just 9 short percentage points away, but they put them all the way back towards this one. Listic falls back without even falling. Royal Fatman, though, on the front line. He's got that Heat Hawk slash, and Boondiggles goes in with that Aznable by himself, but they're not going to be able to find anything quite yet. Focus will finally go down after utilizing that punch. Nox once again in the front line, in the thick of things, finds one for himself. Extra time ticking away, but no one from Sotoras will be able to touch the points, and that will be Mafty taking that first convincing round.
They played that positioning so well. Regardless of the fact that Mafty had a gigantic lead going into that final push, they were at the risk of being team wiped by like 4 or 5 different G maneuvers, but they pushed forward, they held that aggressive forward positioning towards their spawn, and then as soon as they saw them pushing out, starting to commit things, they all backed up so evenly and so perfectly that they were outside of the effective range of the new G maneuver, they outside the effective range of the Barbados G maneuver. They just just made sure that all of those things did not get the mileage that they possibly could, and then they just won the team fight. That was just 100% positioning versus resources, and the positioning won out.
Right now, I'm just kind of loving the new tempo that Mafty are really playing with, right? Typically, we see a lot of standoffs on Mountain R&D where it's like Ashamars are just trying to get that perfect flame down, and you allow your Pale Rider just to play on top, and you play around those two units really effectively. For Mafty, though, the simple fact that they're able to dive a little bit harder, get a bit more aggressive with the Zaku 2 range and that Barbados, they are just playing with a new tempo right now, and it's not leaving much room for Sotoras to breathe. Point C once again here in round number 2 as it unlocks. You can see Nox is in the back, gets that pick off onto One Trick Tony, and that's the dominoes falling as one more member of Sotoras will fall. Nox forcing out that smoke instantly, but he is still back here finding the kills, and Mafty are just absolutely dominating.
Oh man, forcing the smoke and then being there as the smoke ended on the other side of the wall, that was just cruel. That was just an unfun little game of tag if you're on the losing side, but this is already looking to be a very similar type of round. We're not going to see too many switches overall, but the focus fire, and literally the focus fire from Focus as well, is just so heavy on the side of Mafty. I mean, like, how do you get through this? I'm just seeing them melt. Jeez.
Yeah, they're pushing them all the way towards their spawn doors once again. It looked like maybe someone was trying to go for a back cap, but it should just be full 46.5% for Mafty to pick up here. No G maneuvers online quite yet, but Royal Famine is able to chase down Poppy and secure that one, but it's a 1-for-1 exchange as Arrow is forced all the way down to the lower health pack here. You can see now they back away, give up some positioning, but Royal Fatman might have been able to draw them out, but not for long, as he does end up getting cleaned out. But this is the strongest position we've seen out of Sotoras so far until these trades come in. Nox and Focus as that two-man cleaning up, and now they transition. Hey, we got the B sighting.
And we'll get at least one, maybe no more than that. But B is going to be a harder spot to defend from. However, they're not even gonna, oh, wait a minute, this is actually huge. Oh no, lands on the wall. Didn't get that last hit off. The angle just barely off. That did force some players to retreat, but this is a chance. This is definitely a chance here for Sotoras, but they're gonna go down in numbers. There's only 2 up. They're back in the spawn. They've got time, though. They've got time. This is not going to guarantee to end on B. That was going to be one of their first big opportunities with that that third hit of that missing. Focus, though, is sitting on a full G maneuver. We've got the Hades available as well, and the Screaming Nimbus. So the resources are here. This is going to be tough to break through.
Royal Fatman finds the angle, though, from the back line, along with that Barbados G maneuver coming in. Creates an opening, but as they fall back, as Mafty is losing out on units, they still take out some on the retreat. The point has unlocked, and Sotoras will be able to get their first percentage point here. 0 Hour, though, still staying alive. Mafty keeping things up, and it's only going to be 5% for Sotoras. They're sent packing once again. Arrow now pushing up towards spawn. Will be able to clean up Cage Show as Listic ends up going down. Royal Fatman doing a great job so far on this Zaku range for his squad before he finally falls. And he's creating the openings that Sotoras needs to try and take advantage of, but they just haven't been able to follow through with the picks that he gets.
And Nox has been such an amazing counter to, oh, actually, we're actually seeing, we're almost on the other side, but we've seen a lot of these Barbados versus Zaku 2 ranged fights, and the damage from Barbados with one slam, one W can really just end that suit right there without the invincibility going off at all. It also has the ability to kind of chase it down with how it's a level of mobility, so we can see how the Zaku 2 range can work really well and potentially not work really well, but here we go, Listic popping off with the Screaming Nimbus, already getting a pick on One Trick Tony.
Yeah, the point is about to unlock as well, and that's going to be 3 pickups coming out from Mafty as they are close to closing this one out. Just 7% more remaining here, and they're pushing up towards the spawn doors once again. Focus tries to go in for that punch. It was a big whiff, but it's okay because he's still batting basically a 900. And there it is. That's Mafty taking map number 1 in such a convincing fashion.
It was. At least it was not a double 100-0. There was some fight in Sotoras, and that does go a really long way. Of course, like we mentioned, Mafty is the reigning kind of dominant force overall in the scene right now, and that's just, of course, continuing on as strong as it possibly could be. But I have to mention, Sotoras is in one of the most interesting spots, right? They are below what may be like the kind of like top 3 teams that we tend to see, which are like Tekka, Dynasty, Mafty, and Last Second, which now Mafty, of course, is multiple teams, but they are right in that 4th spot. They're actually the 4th place placement currently in the Pilot Academy. So every placement that they make matters, and every little bit of improvement matters, because they are the closest, I think, that any team is to kind of like breaking into that top spot as far as their consistency. So just even the fact that we got to see that one really good push from them, that one take, even though it got pushed back pretty quickly, I think it was very important to see.
Yeah, and I think really more than anything else, throwing them off is just this kind of renewed aggression that's coming out from Mafty. We typically see them play a very controlled style, right? They're not typically relying upon the backliners. We saw more of that coming out as Carl Sagan was picking that one up, and Arrow was picking that one up, and so many different players actually in our last event was actually playing the Zaku 2 range.
I know.
But it adds a whole new dimension to their play now. Before it was, being able to stand and bang 6v6, but now being able to play a lot more of these flankers, a lot more of the aggressive style. This is just something new that we're seeing out of Mafty right now, and they look stellar with it.
They are looking incredible with it. I don't think we've ever seen anybody hold that close to a spawn before. And Sotoras are good. They're not a bad team by any means. Like I just said, they're currently 4th place in the official Pilot Academy standings. But to be able to literally hold somebody at their spawn door, that's just, Mafty they're terrifying. What can I say?
Yeah, we're going to go ahead and take a short break. When we get back, we'll have map number 2 of Mafty versus Sotoras right after this. Welcome back to Best of the West, presented by the Gundam Evolution New Type League. We're moving on to map number 2 of Mafty versus Sotoras. Mafty coming off the huge victory there in game number 1 and map number 1. Now they might be showing us something a little bit different, something some of our fans might be pretty happy about.
I hope that we do get a chance to see some. I don't know. I never ever want to call that something's actually going to get picked, because every single time that I do, it doesn't. So I feel like I just want to not say it at all. But we do see some really fun suits getting highlighted on the offensive side. There's a lot of time to potentially change them, but I would love to see at least a few of these. I mean, we saw some heavy arms for a one life, I guess you could say, like one push, but we didn't get a chance to see too much heavy arms. We didn't get a chance to see too much Jim. We saw Gasman on that for a little bit. There's a gun tank, woo, over there, and there is a Mahiru. I mean, this is like a bunch of weird picks. We'll see if any of them switch, or if this is just a confident, strange choice. We're going to see a lot of switches in the end, and none of those are being picked. I give up.
So disappointed in you, Mafty. I am so disappointed. They're gonna go back to the same composition they were running, of course, on Mountain R&D. Nox was doing an amazing job on that Barbados, and we'll see if he does get contested up here on that high ground. Doesn't look like Rudiger is actually in position for it. 0 Hour getting that first pick for Mafty. Now Sotoras trying to retreat here, but there's no room for them whatsoever. Mafty pushing straight up past that waypoint. They do secure it, and now they're chasing after one more. That's going to be one Trick Tony on that Zakutu range going down, and it's a race to see who can plant the charge. It will go down on B, though.
That's how you know you're doing well, when you're racing with your own team to see who can plant on a different site first. But that is one of the quickest plants I've ever seen on Quarry, I think. Sotoras definitely fighting from their back foot. They are stuck in the middle here, just trying to survive even. They're kind of in a choke point. They might want to go back around, but they don't have that much time to do so.
Ooh, Arrow, knowing that they did not have the CC to slow it down, charges forward to finish off that Unicorn. There is no one here whatsoever to contest. They're even pushing up towards spawn once again. This is like Mountain R&D. They are chasing after them right now. On B site, though, the Mega Charge is still beeping down. 18 seconds left to go. And the regroup is coming up from Sotoras, but you can see the backliners of Mafty just putting in so much work right now. Nox does ultimately go down, but that does secure that Mega Charge going off. And now we'll be moving on to the second point.
And one thing that we've seen time and time again from Mafty is their ability to really push as far forward as they can as they're taking this first bomb site on this particular map. But currently they're kind of fighting, they're kind of brawling, so they didn't get a chance to push forward as much as they would have liked to. The picks happened a little bit too late to actually defend the bomb site, but that's going to at least allow Sotoras to kind of get a footing on the defensive side. However, they're just immediately crumbling as I say that.
Yeah. Nox just playing with his food there in the back line. Dropped a little bit low, but he will be able to survive, pick up the Mega Health pack, and get back on up. Waypoint has been recaptured by the offense, and now 0 Hour is ready. He's got that Hades system active, or ready to go, but Profi also has his bits down. Oh no, he ends up falling here, but the 2-for-1 exchange. Profi now, the backliner, Sazabi, getting the face of 2 units here. Still has to be careful. His shield will ultimately give way as he backs away. He's got the rest of his squad showing up now. The Mega Charge going down on the B site.
That's how you know you played an engagement perfectly. When your shield breaks, you're down to like 50 HP and then you make it out alive. That means you knew your exact limits. But this is looking tough. There's 40 seconds left to disarm, but once again, this is just being caught in your own spawn. This is just a tough spot to be in. Literally, I've never seen any team hold this far forward in my entire life. Like you mentioned, this new aggressive Mafty is just something else.
Yeah, they have 4 G maneuvers to finish things off as well. The Hades system now coming down for Royal Fatman, though, to try and maybe put up a defense here. Does not find any more targets, though, but Nox is coming in with his G maneuver. Here's the screaming Nimbus in the face of that Hades. Royal Fatman will end up going down. 0 Hour finishing him off. Focus with one last punch to finish things off strong. We'll see it in just a moment, hopefully here. Never mind. Mafty finishes way too quickly. They'll be able to finish off this round, and now it's Sotoras on the offense.
That is close to one of the fastest times I think that we've ever had on Quarry. There was a little bit of a delay, otherwise, or I guess kind of like in that first initial push on the second bomb site. But I think aside from that, there was pretty much zero delay, and you can just see the damage numbers aren't even high for a round, really, because there was so little time for people to actually even do damage.
Yeah, only 12,000 for Arrow there, 11,000 for 0 Hour and Listic with the 10K for himself. But this was an incredibly fast map. Mafty were just able to pivot from one objective to the next, take the waypoint, get the bomb down. The only time that they ended up staggering was on that transition from to the second half of the map. But once they regained their footing, it was business as usual.
I mean, look at Arrow, 17 kills, 0 deaths, highest damage on the team. I think we are looking at a pretty good era for the Zaku 2 range. We've seen it on a lot of different teams so far, almost every single team, and it is just looking like a suit to be played right now. You've got to have some counters to it. You got to be wary of it. It was, of course, really kind of underfavored for a while just because it was so hard to actually sneak behind the team without being focused. But this extra little bit of escapability with getting the boost bar back from using the smoke grenade, it looks like that maybe was all it needed.
Yeah, absolutely stellar. I love it myself because, again, 2 of my top units right now, it's Dom Trooper and Zaku 2 range, so I love seeing more Zaku 2 range, especially at the highest levels. Now here's the rollout coming up from Sotoras. One little change though, Melee ends up picking up that Mara side to try and really deal with the threats from the back line that will be a little bit more forgiving, as not able to quite connect with it yet, but it's just a matter of time.
I'm really excited to see Marasai. Marasai in this most recent patch got a buff to its normal shot damage, making it just a stronger, more solid unit overall. However, the shots need to land, and with the amount of damage coming out of Mafty, you don't get that many opportunities to even land shots. We're going to see Arrow go down finally, and Listic go down. This could be a really good opportunity. There's a lot of damage on the side of Sotoras, but they're going to be running back much faster.
I feel like this is more just from the mistakes that Mafty are making, or just the over-aggression more than anything else. But Sotoras will take anything that he can get. Now Boondiggle tries to get into the front line, jumping into the back, is able to connect. No, not quite with that stab. You have to be careful. They have forced back Mafty at the very least, and they will go ahead and secure this waypoint. It's not a quick and clean transition like we saw out of Mafty before. There's still some opposition, and oh my goodness, Mafty are coming back into this. Arrow is in the back line, chasing after the remaining members of Sotoras, and that waypoint has been neutralized once again. It's back to square one for Sotoras.
I don't know how many times I can say it, but every time that it feels like you take an inch against Mafty, they come back stronger, and you can be up numbers, you can be up positioning, but suddenly your entire team gets wiped, and you're like, what just happened? That was such a great push by Sotoras. It looked like everything was going well, but then the Mafty power happened, and they've got to refight back for just even getting this waypoint. They've got some resources, but already 3, 4, 5 down, one more, and that's a team kill from Mafty.
And Mafty, they've got some strong tools coming online to continue this defensive hold. Ooh, that could have been a little bit scary there with the Hades actually ending in the middle of nowhere, but there was no one for Sotoras to actually try and find that pick. Now though, focus. He's going to be the focus of attention here, or should be. He's got that Ashimar punch ready to go, and they're funneling into the choke points. They've got to be careful. Boondiggle's on the high ground now. Needs to find an opening for his squad. He's been spotted and is forced back to get some heals for his team. Focus though is now just holding on to that punch. We got the screaming Nimbus up for Listic as well.
Boondiggle's waiting for some opportunity to maybe jump over this wall to try to get a single pick. The opportunities can be huge here for Barbados on offense and defense. And there we go. We're going to see a first big push in here, but Snowbossman just getting melted. Same with Garma. I mean, everybody 3. Boondiggles jumps in, tries to get the opportunity, doesn't manage to find it. There's 1 minute and 42 seconds left. I think Sotoras needs to really find their G maneuvers. I think it's really all they can do here. They're getting pretty close to the punch. They're pretty close to the Sea Snake G maneuver. They've got they had the unicorn when it was up, but there's so many counters on the other side. I don't know what they can do. 1 minute 22 seconds left. They got to take the waypoint and get a plant down.
The issue is, even if they get the snake up, like if they get the snare up, the fact is that Mafty are not playing like a death ball. They are playing like a swarm. And it's so difficult to try and pin down one unit. How are you going to pin down multiple units here? They're a little bit grouped right now. This is their probably best opportunity for that snare if he can get it, but nothing coming the way of Sotoras right now. Finally finding the pick onto Profi at the very least. Now 5G maneuvers online for Sotoras, but they end up losing out on their mirror side. There it is, the Screaming Nimbus out, and that's going to create the opening now for Mafty to push up. 45 seconds remaining now for Sotoras. Like you said, they still need the waypoint. They still need the plants. As you can see, someone try to possibly try and backdoor plants, but it is just not there for Sotoras.
Oh, this is just not enough time. I think there may be an opportunity for like a Zakutu melee to sneak over and just get like a side plant, but I don't think that Mafty is going to let anybody through. This is essentially a checkmate for this round, and that is a guaranteed checkmate, a team kill. Mafty showing that their dominance will continue. What a map, what a set. They are just looking scarier than ever.
Yeah, Listic is just sitting at the spawn door, throwing down mines as they come down, trying to delay them at all, but there it is. The clean 2-0 for Mafty, and so we got a Mafty versus Char finals in the winner bracket set in store for us tomorrow.
Oh, that's going to be really exciting. I'm really pumped to see that potentially. Of course, that is kind of like a half Mafty team versus the full Mafty team minus those other half. And that's just going to be an absolute powerhouse battle. But like you mentioned, that's going to be tomorrow, so we can't get too excited for it yet because we've got plenty of other matches today as well, because we're going to be moving through the losers bracket to see who our top 4 teams are going to be before we end the day. But I mean, just to even look back on that map, I want to reiterate one more time that Sotoras, even though it did not go very well for them, which most maps don't go very well when you're fighting against Mafty, no matter who you are, they are on that precipice of moving over to be like one of the top teams, and they need like all the experience that they can get. So I feel like they had some really, really good moments on each of those maps, right? Just like that first push that worked really well on this previous map on Quarry, and when they were Mountain R&D, they had that one really nice take on B, and just being able to kind of feel out like one of the best teams, if not the best team that we currently have, and get some successful attacks and pushes against them. I feel like it's going to help them a lot as they're trying to not only kind of move over to being a top team, but hold on to that 4th place qualifying spot in the Pilot Academy.
Yeah, and I think really the story of that is the kind of presence and the importance that we're now seeing out of our backline players, our Zaku 2 ranged, our Barbados. Both of those units really coming into huge effect basically in this matchup. Either side really having some good presence in that regard from both of those units. And so I'm glad that we're moving a little bit away from the death ball, away from really putting the support onto the Pale Rider player, and then being able to see all-stars really be able to shine and create highlight reels for themselves on both of those units respectively. Really excellent showing coming out from Mafty. Of course, that is what was to be expected. What wasn't was just this new aggression coming out from them. It felt like a breath of fresh air. We know that Mafty can be exciting, but this is one of the most exciting iterations or metas really for them in terms of just overall just electricity in this composition.
And you mentioned too that they have actually 2 really strong Zaku 2 ranged players. As you were mentioned, Carl Sagan earlier, who we didn't even get a chance to see in this last match. I'm not sure if he's actually here today, but between Arrow and Carl Sagan, they in the last tournament switched off, each playing Zaku 2 ranged at different times. So the fact that 2 of the best Zaku 2 ranged players that we have are both on the same team, and this seems to be a spot where it can be used more effectively than it has been for a very long time. I'm very happy to see it, and I expect that the numbers for that Zaku 2 range are going to be pretty high here. Yes, they are.
Yeah. Is that right? There's no way they're absolutely tied on damage between Arrow and Focus. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised though, but that it's tied is the most important surprising thing overall. But no surprises there whatsoever. 27k for Arrow, 27k for Focus, and of course Listic on that Dom Trooper. Wait, another 27k 0 hour.
And also, it needs to be mentioned that the KDs, I'm getting a feeling that there may have been some of these KDs based off of a 0 death, which technically is an infinite KD ratio, but there's a 37 kills, 37 KD, 32, or sorry, no, 30, that one, 0 hour definitely died at least twice, but we have a 32 into a 32 on Focus's side, we got a 30 into a 30 on Arrow's side, so you can just see that the deaths overall here are unbelievably low. They were just able to survive in, I mean, such a great way while dealing all that damage.
Yeah. On the other side, though, for Team Sotoras, Royal Fat Man was able to at least dish out damage again. Being able to have a Pale Rider against that kind of aggression and that kind of presence in the back line that Mafty had, to still be able to dish out 22,000 damage is really impressive.
Also need to mention the high amount of damage on the Unicorn. That is a suit that I was mentioning got a lot of buffs, but none of them were offensive. It's just a really strong suit defensively as far as like that team support. But if you're good at, you know, left clicking people, it does have a great hit scan type gun. So we saw a lot of damage coming out from that while it was supporting, while it was able to keep the team alive longer. That's really good to see. I'm surprised we haven't seen more Unicorns. I expect that we might see more if we go into domination maps later on.
Yeah, but we will be now getting ready for our lower bracket run. We have 2 more games left for the broadcast, so we're going to take a short break. When we get back, we'll be dropping down into the lower bracket right after this.
So well here, they are actually holding such a great forward movement, but here we go, the Screaming Nimbus is going to start off this first counter push, and we're going to see two, everybody going down the Hades as well. Arrow taking out 3 different suits from Profi, walking directly from Casino, just blocking every single shot out of that clip.
Boondiggles now
my
ends up
gosh.
picking his G maneuver, and that's going to be 3 going down.
So we are going to see, we're going to see a huge push here. Casino pushing in first a lot of the time, just taking a little bit of extra damage on that pretty high HP suit. But can they clear out Keicho here to get this plan? It looks like they're at least going to drive them back. But this is a great counter push.
Trading away. Oh no, the trades are not going in their favor quite yet, but the turret is there for a robot to pick up a few more now in extra time, taking away Tekka. Dynasty just needs to clear off one more member of last second. Absolutely crucial. We'll pop the G maneuver, but it's Mr. Big Large going in and going down with that punch. Does give his life for the effort. They are on point right now with 2 minutes remaining. Nice mid-air shot coming out from Kazim, utilizing that G maneuver.
We do see Nostalgia with the butterfly at the ready. We see the energy cable. It's going to be the combo again. Is there a counter, or is this just a team wipe? I'll tell you which one of those. It is the second. Almost every single person, 1 person away from being an actual 6 kill. Oh, come on, the flex.
That punch.
But here we go. Double G maneuver. How many people get picked up? 3, 2, 3. I don't even know. 2 into the ocean. 1 more getting knocked all the way to the other side of the map. And that's the Lancer that we wanted to see. A lot of the defense, that's going to be their best option. However, can they even get there first is the main question. And that's going to be huge. 3 from Dark and Fester. And that is such a huge delay. Alongside the flame grenades are just go from Red Protocol. It's so difficult. So difficult to get into that spot. And even though there hasn't been that many full kills, just already stopping this momentum is huge because, like you said, they have to go fast.
Of that high ground quite yet. Dark Infestor does get knocked to the ground, but will survive for the time being. And there it is, Red Protocol with the punch and the setup. He sets up his own pins to knock them all down. One trick Tony has to be ready to respond to it. He does throw down that AoE, and there it is, the Barbados G maneuver. Chaotic coming up with 4, and they are instantly onto the point, dealing with 1 last member here, and that is going to be the enemy Barbados. He's 10% away from having that Screaming Nimbus.
We did see the, wait a minute, here we go. This is huge. How many can you get? 3, 4? Wait, no, that was just the 3. That was just 3. We got to see them again, but that was a huge push back to the waypoint.
LANFest is community. LANFest builds and supports gaming communities to support charity. We have more than 25,000 attendees and 400 volunteers across 18 chapters that span 3 countries. LANFest is charity. Charity is at the core of what LandFest is. We've raised more than $1 million for charities nationwide. We support food banks, veterans, animals, hospitals, and so much more. LandFest is gaming. Come join LandFest.
Welcome back to the Best of the West, presented by the Gundam Evolution New Type League. Thanks to our sponsors, of course, Sotoras, Bloodline, along with LandFest there, like you saw. I'm Jamerson, joined once again by Wonder Chef, and now we are moving down to our lower bracket games.
And we might have some closer matches here. We've had some pretty dominant matches in the winners bracket. Of course, both Team Mafty and the Team Mafty offshoot Team Char just kind of dominated their way through that bracket. They're going to be meeting tomorrow in the winners finals, but we have to see who else will be joining them on the losers side, as we've got a few teams that we've seen before coming back up. We did just see Sotoras. They will be back up here, and they're going to be taking on, I believe it's Tekka Dynasty. Yes, Tekka Dynasty. I had to double check. We've got a lot of teams today. We have so many teams today. I actually want to take a quick moment to shout out some of the other teams. I got to look that we didn't get a chance to see, but I appreciate them joining. Goo Gang, the Mafty Ducks, Majestic Marauders, Nocturnal Dragons, who is still fighting IQ for our next stream match spot. One of those two teams will make it. We have... I think that's maybe most of the teams that we didn't get a chance to see, but huge thank you to every single one of you for playing in this tournament. This is one of the biggest tournaments that we've had, and it's great to see so many teams entering.
Yeah, we had a fantastic showing, right? 14 teams registered for today's games. Unfortunately, we were so close to hitting 16, just not able to round out their rosters. But make sure, if you got some friends, definitely check it out. And maybe try and compete. It's been so much fun just watching the evolution and growth of a lot of our squads. Even though they have to face off against teams like Mafty, like Char, it's still a fun time regardless. So if you want to, if you have 5 other friends to try and check it out, go ahead and register for our next events. Also, as well, want to take a moment to shout out our Matcherino page. If you want to contribute to our $1,000 prize pool. Of course, it is only going, I say prize pool, but it's only going to our first place squad. So it's all in. It's only our winners that will be walking away with that. But if you want to contribute, just go to Matcherino. There are multiple ways. You can, of course, directly donate, but there are also multiple quests there that are free for you to help and bump that up just a little bit. Right now, though, we're just waiting on our map picks and bans for this match, and it looks like we are ready to get into it. We've had a lot of Flak Fort banned out. Hopefully, this is the series where maybe we will finally be seeing it. Our first ban coming out, it's going to be Thermal Plants.
A lot of Thermal Plant bans today. We're also going to be seeing Flak Fort banned, which is just banned all the time now, and I'm not sure why. Harbor City, though, from our first event being the most banned map to being now the most played map, I think that is pretty wild. You'd love to see it, though. I'm a big fan of that map. And Mountain R&D Lab, another great domination map. We only got a chance to see it once today, but now we're definitely going to at least be able to see it twice.
Yeah, Colony Trading Post will find itself in the wayside in the second round of bans, leaving us only 2 maps remaining. Underground Command Center is gone, and it will be Quarry. So, I mean, Harbor City, Mountain R&D, and Quarry, those are seeming to be our 3 most picked maps so far for this event.
We've certainly seen them a lot on broadcast. I always wonder what happens off broadcast, but we, for sure, like you said, have seen this so many times. But that does mean that we get a chance to know how these teams are going to be playing on them. We've got to see both Sotoras and Tekka Dynasty, I believe, on Harbor City. No, actually, we didn't get to see Sotoras. We got to see Tekka Dynasty on Harbor City for sure earlier. We got to see Sotoras on Mountain R&D Lab, and we can get at least a little bit of a sense of how they want to approach these maps. Tekka Dynasty was extremely strong on the offense, one of the strongest teams on the offense to go up against either of the kind of Mafty teams so far today.
Yeah, and interesting enough, it's starting off on Harbor City. I really do like it just because we get to see if teams want to put a little bit more focus and try and pick out, pull out their pocket pick of a Gym Sniper and try their hands at it. But some other teams kind of forego that one and go the route, of course, the tried and true of the Pale Rider in that regard. So I'm excited to see where we go in that regard. But we are going to go ahead and take a short break as we get the match set up. When we get back, it'll be our first match here in the lower bracket for the Best of the West. So we'll be right back right after this. All right, welcome back to Best of the West in our first lower bracket match of the day. Both of these teams fighting to keep their tournament hopes alive to move on to tomorrow's games. It's going to be Tekka Dynasty versus Sotoras, and we're starting off on Harbor City.
Yeah, let's see who our first team to make it into the top four of losers is, or I guess I could say technically the top four that is in losers. Hawklight, we saw earlier, amazing job so far on the Gym Sniper, is going to be back on that Gym Sniper. And on Sotoras' side, so far, we're not seeing anybody lock into it. We will see probably this locked in just because this is defense for them starting off, which means they're not going to have time to switch around. So no Gym Sniper is an interesting choice. They do have the Turn A, which is effectively a sniper, as well as the new Gundam, which can do quite a bit of damage from ranged, but that's going to leave a lot of the pressure gone on Hawklight, who's already been doing so well.
Yeah, and more worrying is that transition. Once A gets taken, how do you really apply pressure with this kind of composition when it comes to fighting over that bridge without having something like a Pale Rider? Really, you can't apply that same kind of pressure on to a Sazabi that are peeking corners, especially when you've got the new type as well to back up with extra. But right now, we do have the rollout coming from Tekka Dynasty. Again, they'll be relying upon Hawklight to try and find that initial pick. He is playing in that death ball, just poking away at that Sazabi shield, just to force them back.
Ooh, I like that we're seeing the POV of Hawklight, just trying to get these shots off. Playing pretty safe right here. I do like the fact that there's so many defensive options in the front of Hawklight, using a lot of these shields. And we're also going to see a robot, which is, of course, classically a support player within these tournaments, on this Unicorn for a map where there's not usually that many people grouped up until the second point. But just starting it off on this, they're definitely pushing as a team, and it's working very well for them.
Yeah, this is just excellent pressure to take out the Sazabi early on and then continue to try and snowball off of that without having that big tanky front line. It allows them to just free fire here. Hawklight still in the back line, of course, with that sniper now. Is going to try and find an angle. Royal Fatman actually in the flanks position. Nostalgia does have to be careful as he gets sent to the sky. It's going to be a 1-for-1 exchange, and no one's even back there. There we go. We're going to be able to get that repair gun down and get him back on up. And so point A will be going the way of Tekka Dynasty. We'll see if Sotoras have any swap-offs here to try and defend and be a little bit stronger, but I don't know if anyone who's down right now really wants to swap off.
Right, I feel like this was a commitment to this team comp because they didn't want to try to go for that gym sniper, and they wanted to defend this particular point a little bit more than that first point. We are going to see Snore Bossman, who did so much damage on that Unicorn, on the Unicorn. This is going to be a great spot for it, but this is the first time I think that we've actually seen both teams running that Unicorn. That little bit of extra armor that you can see on everybody's health is what it got as a buff. Oh no! Thrown! Oh, it was throw to throw. That's actually a dangerous spot to get thrown because you can throw completely over that wall into the ocean, but oh my gosh, there are so many suits getting downed right here. That is going to be most of Tekka Dynasty going down. That's a full team wipe.
Yeah, that's why you can't just relish in the counter throw there, as Sotoras now will be able to use that to basically reestablish themselves in this position, allow themselves to try and fight back at the very least. A robot, though, will have that Unicorn G maneuver up in just a short moment. Keiichi on the side of Sotoras, though, is the only one with a G maneuver for his squad. Possibly Garma with a nice little flank might be able to get that punch. And we know how strong the punch is, but it looks like a robot is setting up to push forward with his squad. G maneuvers getting popped now. It's going to be Keiichi going for his first. Garma has his punch ready, but he doesn't have the AP behind it. And he will fall. That's going to be a 1-for-1 exchange. The repair comes out to get Garma back into things. Nostalgia with the butterfly. The 3-man straight into the back to get onto the point to pull back the rest of the defenders. We'll see if he can win this 1v1. He's got the backup, and now he goes for the throw just for a little bit more defense. And Garma goes down. The first tick going the way of Tekka Dynasty. We'll see how much more they can pick up.
Honestly, an amazing defensive throw to just move backwards. I think it's a really cool way to use it, and seeing it's not in range. We are going to see Snow Boss Man activate that G maneuver and get 2 picks with it. That is going to at least put a huge dent in this offensive pressure. They are getting really close to that third tick. It looks like they might pick it up, but they are so low. Hawklight going down, and only Unruly left. That will be mostly prevented. Codename Mood is really far forward, but that actually might just be in a stagger. It will be a stagger, going down a little bit later than everybody else on the team. That means they're going to have to wait. They're trying to hold a forward position so they don't have to deal with the choke point. They're going to get a few picks as well, but this is a weird kind of like stream in of players.
Yeah, that does allow them, though, to just have at least that forward pressure. They're no longer fighting over that choke point. They have multiple angles to approach this fight from. You can see 2 different sides now, forcing back Sotoras. They're still waiting on Royal Fatman, though. He's 9% away from a butterfly of his own, and that'll be the only G maneuver really active for this fight, unless One Trick Tony is able to pick up his G maneuver itself. He's got to be careful. Gets caught out by that axe, but he does end up dashing away. Garma ends up falling off the map, though, and now here it is. The screaming Nimbus for Hawklight to push on in to the defense. Royal Fatman pops that butterfly. Will be able to find one off of that. That might be enough to try and stop this push.
But hold on, 2, 3 suits going down on the side of Sotoras. Royal Fatman is low. Tries to go for the grab as a last-ditch attempt. It's not going to work. The third tick has been activated off the map. There you go. And that is the perfect way to get a team kill, get the round, get the final point. Great stuff right there. You love to see it. Anytime anybody gets knocked into the soup, I'm a big fan.
And Tekka Dynasty have some change to work with in their pocket. 1:21 remaining in their time bank. So Sotoras, they need to be able to finish this one out and match that time as well. It's really interesting to see the difference in compositions. No long-range snipers, you know, only the quasi-sniper in that turn A for Sotoras. Might be a different thing, though, once they get onto the offense.
I'm very actually curious about this this comp. We can see some of the stats right here. Of course, we've got some players like Unruly and Nostalgia popping off on that damage. I feel like 90% of that damage from Nostalgia was that huge butterfly, just to take out, I think it was like 3 people and get some damage on some others, which I think we saw Nostalgia doing that in one of the top plays in the video, the top plays video from the last event. So that's definitely a spot you just got to be careful for. I mean, it definitely is a spot you got to be careful for any turn A, but especially Nostalgia, who seems to be finding the right moments.
What's that? A turn A Gundam with a top play highlight? Say it ain't so. I mean, yeah, it's the turn A butterfly along with the Lancer. That was possibly over the last 2-3 events, the big highlight contributors overall. Now, though, getting a better look at the possible offensive lineup coming out from Sotoras. Royal Fatman has made that swap on over to that Gem Sniper. And so we'll see. Hawklight now will have a little bit more pressure put onto him.
I do like this change. I mean, I feel like you really got to have some sort of solid strategy or just go for the Gym Sniper. And if you've got a good Gym Sniper, then you're fine. There is the possibility that they're just not super confident on Royal Fatman on the Gym Sniper. We'll see how it goes.
Yeah. Again, though, being on the offense, you have a little bit more lenience on the swap-offs, especially after you take point A. The respawn point is so extremely close to it that you can't instantly make that change if you need to. Both sides, though, just sizing each other up right now, fighting over the corners as you do here on Harbor City. Nostalgia, though, finds that first pick. They're still going to try and aggress with that man down, though, as Royal Fatman tries to find the angle. Garma does end up getting that repair as they find the pick onto One Trick Tony. Garma falling once more. That's going to be the 6v4 advantage for TKD as they continue to push forward.
And Keicho and Konemoon, oh, they were going for a little bit of a 1v1 right there. Keicho ends up just barely winning that one out, but then, of course, you're vulnerable to being sniped. Yeah, there was not a lot of HP, and that new Gundam is still a gigantic target. So we're going to see, I mean, honestly, that was a weird fight, right? They were fighting so much together, and then all of a sudden, everybody split up into these little individual fights. There is another good opportunity here to push. They're taking it, but they were not able to really make that first push effective.
Yeah, 2 minutes and 47 seconds here as Hawklight finds another pick. Keicho going down. Now the repair gun will be able to get him back on in. Garma going down as well. And the defense just staunch right now. You can see they try to push up. They're still staggered, and we're seeing a little bit more of what you were talking about, just how split up these fights, these engagements become.
And it's well, actually, you know what? I was going to say it's tough when the engagements are split up because both of these teams have unicorns, but we actually are seeing a robot on the Methus, and we're only seeing the unicorn from Snore Bossman. Definitely a specialist, I would have to say, just from what we've seen as far as picks. But when they're fighting apart, that becomes such less of an effective pick, and the Methus puts in a lot more work, I feel, and that may be a little bit of what we're seeing. We are going to see a pick, and this is a great opportunity, I was going to say, to get onto the point. But there's picks on both sides now.
Yeah, it's the flanking Methus that comes out. Unruly, though, still alive, being able to pick up a second pick for his squad, and Nostalgia, be part of that clean-up crew. 1 minute and 45 seconds here remaining in the time bank for Sotoras, and this is still just a fight over A. They have their work cut out for them. Even if they're able to get this point, will not have that much time. They'll have very few fights to try and fight for point B.
Which, of course, is one of the hardest points to fight for in the entire game, so uphill battle, I would say, for sure. Tekka Dynasty, though, they've shown that this is one of their best maps. I actually don't remember who picked the map, but I would have to assume there's a good chance it was them. They're continuing to hold tight. I love the fact that they didn't try to overcommit. They're holding some really great spots on this point, but here we go. We're seeing at least one G maneuver popped. We're going to see the funnels from Azor trying to close out this game. They're not going to have really another great push after this. Kone Mood is going down, but there's still 3 players down, 4 players down now on the side of Sotoras. They've got just one G maneuver for their final push. They're going to have to make it count like right now, and they got to not get staggered like that.
Yeah, typically you don't get to see a team fight win off of just a Sazabi G maneuver along with the energy cable, but again, when it comes down to these really staggered fights, really split up fights, you can eventually just wear them down. Now they have 3 incredibly strong G maneuvers available. Hawklight, no, he is just a G maneuver unto himself. Here comes out the butterfly from Nostalgia just for good measure to clean things up. The Hades gets popped as well, but you might as well go ahead and use that with only 15 seconds remaining now. Tekka Dynasty with an incredibly strong map number 1. 9 seconds remaining. Sotoras just needs to get someone onto the point, but Tekka Dynasty will not allow it whatsoever. Unruly gives his body for the win, and there it is. Tekka Dynasty taking our first map here in the lower bracket.
In a strong fashion. Like I mentioned, they are very, very good at this map. I do believe that's why we got that cool little graphic right there, just to show who picked what, I think. But we see Tekka Dynasty as really this kind of course, Nostalgic is the MVP, is the highlight reel, but we see Tekka Dynasty as just one of these best teams that we have around, and for a good reason. You know, they are very solid, and their aggression especially can really, really just run over some of these teams that are not as set in how they want to defend in things, and we can see that little bit of weakness from Sotoras. There were a lot of really good pushes, but once again, they were just not quite able to make it to exactly where they wanted to go.
Yeah, it was a little bit difficult, though, at the very least. A really good defense coming out from Sotoras, especially when it came down to that B site. But I like that they at least tried their hand to try and face off in that sniper battle, in the GM sniper battle, but it seemed like, you know, there was just too much pressure coming out from all the offensive picks that came out from Tekka Dynasty there on the defense. So amazing hold. We rarely get to see, you know, teams really holding it down there on the A site. That is probably one of the more difficult ones. We know because of that run back for the defense, but hey, as long as you don't die, you don't have to run back, right?
That's exactly how it works. But it does seem that they have a hand up in this set. Of course, they're going to be moving on to game number 2, but we're going to be taking a short break before that as we set up this next map. So we'll see if we can have a team decided for our top 4 tomorrow, or if we're going to be going to game 3 right after this.
All right, welcome back to Best of the West, and here is our summary of stats coming out from map number 1 on Harbor City. Tekka Dynasty get a convincing win there. Sotoras Esports, though, did show some glimmers of hope at the very least.
They did. It just seemed to me still like Tekka Dynasty is just that much more comfortable on Harbor City. They have chosen that in most of their sets. It's for sure one of their go-tos. I think a lot of teams maybe in the future would probably look to ban it if that ends up being a problem. But we can see some of these stats here and just how strong some of these players were. You can see the overall kill count for a robot on that support was ridiculous at 40. That's like, I mean, that's more than almost like 3 players combined on the other team, and 40 kills with a 20 KD ratio means there was only a couple deaths in there.
Yeah, and honestly, a lot of the times, I'll be honest, I play a lot of Methus. The turret does a lot of work. The turret does a lot of work, especially in how fractured these fights were, right? If you're not making the right calls and you're not calling out the turret, it will be able to chunk you down quite a bit. So I'm not too surprised by that whatsoever, along with the assist that you get from the energy cable. But Unruly was doing an amazing job along with Hawklight, both of our hit scan DPS players for that squad. On the Pale Rider and Gym Sniper, respectively.
Yeah, I mean, that was such a big difference, right, in this match, was the fact that they did have a Gym Sniper versus most of the time Sotoras did not have a Gym Sniper. They eventually tried it on Royal Fat Man, but the fact that they had it for part of the time was a pretty big deal, and it seemed like that changed a huge amount of what was going on there. Also, I think the support choices meant a lot, but everything could change, of course, in the next map as we move on here to a very different game type, going from one of the furthest range maps in the game to Mountain R&D, which is going to be a very close range map and a domination mission.
Yeah, we're seeing, of course, here on Mountain R&D, more and more of the brawlers, of the backliners coming into play. Not for this one quite particularly, but Sotoras will, of course, go ahead and play that one. Royal Fat Man on the Zaku 2 range. Boondiggles as well will be picking up that Barbados. So nothing to answer on the other side from Tekka Dynasty here, though. So they're going to put a lot of their eggs basically into the Unruly basket, and they do have the supportive fire of possibly the heavy arms. So let's go, let's see it.
I didn't want to say anything. I feel like you said it too quick, but no, they're actually going for it. We're finally going to have heavy arms from the start of the game. I'm very excited here. I'm curious how it's going to actually work out on this level. I'm sure if it gets the high ground, it's going to be extremely strong. Right now, we've already got One Trick Tony getting melted. That heavy arms is going to be so good at breaking down the shields of that Sazabi if he can get into a good position.
That's one of the big things, right, that we've seen so far in this matchup. It's that zombie pressure that they're able to put on. Not just the regular DPS, but a robot. We saw the damage line that he was able to put out for himself will ultimately end up going down there, but as the point of luck, it's being, by the way, it is going to go the way of Tekka Dynasty. Still scrapping over the point of the points. Forces are here to try and reinforce as they charge forward. They find the pick onto the sword, and they will be able to flip the point.
Royal Fat Man putting a lot of work on this Zaku 2 range, which is going to be, of course, a great suit for this map. We saw that even when there wasn't that much, we saw it a lot on this map.
Yeah, drop down to 6 HP was extremely close to going down there, but he will be able to survive. Only 10% there for Tekka Dynasty as they try to go for that lead take on the point B. The soldier charges on in, the Royal Fat Man finds the flank in the back. And there it is, Boondiggles for the follow-up. That's a 2-for-2 exchange, but they end up getting the repair onto their Unicorn to get him back on up. So the point is still maintained. It looks like they will get the last bit of percentage as we swap on over to point C.
Now, I do, of course, really like the heavy arms pick on this map. I feel like it's a good range for it, but it definitely wasn't the best at B. It felt like it wasn't able to get into good positioning. It kind of has to find its spot, and now I feel like if we can see it exactly where it is, sitting up on this high ground in a more comfortable position, that's where we're going to see it potentially start popping off. But Sotoras is still remaining in control of this game. We are going to finally see a kill from Nostalgia on that heavy arms, but there is a brawl going on for that high ground, and nobody's really losing that many players so far.
Yeah, Aznable has his G maneuver. He's going to go ahead and pop that to pick up 2. Now, maybe a third for good measure. No, he has to back away because he was dropped down low throughout all that chaos, though. Tekka Dynasty were able to get a little bit of progress there on the point. Still, Asor alive. Nostalgia tagging in to try and delay things. Hawklight now as well. Screaming Nimbus just to try and get a little bit of percentage, but he ends up going off the point, and so they split back on over for Sotoras, who are now sitting at 40%.
Managing to survive is good, but the fact that was used with all health that's basically going to be healed back up, I'm not sure if that was the exact moment to use that Screaming Nimbus and move up the point, right? Like, if it just stayed on the point, at least it would present all that percentage that would have just not been able to be taken. But now that we're here, this is a pretty solidly for Sotoras, going back to B, actually. 2 Bs in 1 round. What a miracle. And it's going to be back in 5 seconds, so we'll see how they pre-position here.
Now we have a lot of G maneuvers coming online for either side. It looks like 3 for 3 of Sword. As this funnels, we've got the Unicorn G maneuver along with a barrage, and that might be the first barrage we actually see here in competitive Gundam Evolution. But the trades are coming out. The barrage not utilized quite yet. Keijo trying to hold it down here in the back line. He does have that the napalm, the super napalm to throw down. We didn't even get to talk about it, but yeah, we do have the Gundam coming in for Sotoras here. They are set up, playing off the choke. The point is about to unlock.
That can be such a huge G maneuver here, but we'll see if it can be effectively used. There are spots where you can't use it at all. It is going to go off, and it's going to be able to hold that choke a little bit, or at least give them the opportunity to like reposition around it and stop Team Tekka Dynasty from moving in. So I really like that usage a lot, just to control the space. And right now, Tekka Dynasty fighting back for some of this percentage as they're holding on to B.
Oh, Unruly barely staying alive with this repair kit there, but it is Tekka Dynasty now forcing Sotoras off the point. 78%. That's how much Sotoras were able to pick up. And now 36 and ticking. Nostalgia still sitting on this barrage, though. We'll see if anyone ends up running into that funnel. But with only 15% remaining, or 15 seconds remaining, that's what imagine Sotoras are going to go ahead and set up for point C.
And you can see at least a couple of the players are up here. We've got a Dom, we've got a Suzabi. So a pretty good, solid defensive line up here on this high ground, just trying to hold on to it. You can see right now the Screaming Nimbus is available to try and potentially take this point. This could be the final one if Sotoras can grab it and hold on to it. They've got a couple G maneuvers working on almost every single one, but there's the barrage. Nice double kill and a third follow-up. That is amazing for the first one we get to see on stream.
Oh, and you saw Sotoras that entire time. They were worried about that flank. We know how you have to fight over that platform, fight over the high ground, and that is one of the best angles to approach when you're trying to force a team off. So Tekka Dynasty, they were a little bit patient on that barrage, but you saw that it finally paid off. And then Melee now coming in now with that Screaming Nimbus, but he needs the rest of his team. A lot of G maneuvers online, but he's getting shut down by Tekka Dynasty. And despite having the power advantage here, they only end up finding that one pick. Boondiggles in the back line, finds one more. Might go down, is able to jump out in time out of the fire. Someone needs to get onto the point for Tekka Dynasty as Sotoras now flips it over in their favor.
Wow, after all that, I mean, it was a great hold to tie things up, but they were so far behind. Tekka Dynasty needs to find a take here, but they're being held really far forward. We saw this from Mafty, and Sotoras is like, hey, hold on, we can do this too. That's what I say. The experience is huge, being able to play against a team like that. Only 3% left. Will anybody be able to get on the point? One person on extra time activated. Which are activating the funnels. They just need to clean up this team here. Really going down. We're going to see a robot very, very low, but there's actually enough to challenge very well here. This could be a retake.
The Super Napalm goes down for Sotoras, though, to try and finish things off. Sotoras still alive for his squad. Nostalgia with 75 HP will ultimately fall as extra time ticks away. That's Sotoras taking round number 1 here on Mountain R&D.
Oh my gosh, that was so close. Everybody left on the side of Sotoras was at like 10% of their life maximum. That was wild. That was just a few hits away from completely turning the other direction, and whoever won that fight was almost guaranteed to win that round. That was super close. A great comeback from Tekka Dynasty. Not quite soon enough, but I'm glad to see, especially after Sotoras kind of suffered I would say a tough loss in their last set. They are looking strong, and you love to see it.
Yeah, one issue that I have to note here is just that they don't have the same kind of tools to really deal with our Barbados jumping into the back line, Royal Fatman as well on that Zakutu range. They don't have the CC to lock anyone down. They're kind of suffering for it. I want to see some sort of adjustment to try and bring them back into line and make sure that that backline threat isn't as heavy. But right now, it looks like Tekka Dynasty will be sticking with what they went with in that first round for Sotoras. They're not changing up much either, and so Keiicho will be sticking with that Gundam, and it looks like we will continue to have that backline threat of the Barbados and the Zakutu ranged.
And you can see here that this was, of course, the pick for Sotoras Esports on the graphic. And that means that this is where they're more comfortable. So both teams really doing well on the maps that they're more comfortable on. The decider was picked by Tekka Dynasty. If we get to that point, but right now we are going to see Sotoras get 2 picks. They're going to lose one of their own. This is Aznable going down, but it looks like overall they are winning this fight pretty strong. And they are going to immediately go for that far forward hold. However, there's a few picks on the other side. I believe at least Sotoras should be locking down, getting this off the bat, but this fight could easily turn the other direction.
Yeah, this is going to be CACA, it seems like right now, as Tekka Dynasty are going to try and charge forward, but Boondiggles, once again, finds a pick. He gives his life for that one, though, as the point flips on over for Tekka Dynasty. It was only 8% that Sotoras were able to pick up on that one. Now this is where you worry if you're Sotoras, having that high ground angle to really be able to play off of the Pale Rider, play off of the heavy arms. This could be so incredibly hard to push. You have to really rely, once again, upon your Barbados to find an opening.
Yeah, I mean, until you at least get that G maneuver from the heavy arms that we saw to like initiate that push, which was such a cool way to do it. You don't really have a lot of time to react to it, so it can really turn the tables before they even get an opportunity to choose anything. But Codename will be taking out One Trick Tony. One Trick Tony going down, getting focused so heavily, probably because there's just so much ammo, you could say, on the side of Tekka Dynasty. They've got the Unicorn, they've got the heavy arms, there are just bullets flying everywhere. But we've got now a couple picks on the side of Sotoras as they're going to be fighting for A now. Who's jumping over.
Yeah, and I like this early maneuver, right? Typically, it's just kind of transition and rotate over for the next point. Instead, they were able to fight over C because we get to see that hop on over. That's the rotate. That's all you need to worry about. And so they denied that away from Tekka Dynasty. Keiicho here on the left by himself. We do have the Super Napalm going on and down. Boondiggles jumps in as well. I don't think it was just a supportive Super Napalm as he ends up spotting one more. The Ash Smart is there. Lost him for a quick second, but they will be able to clean that up. Now we do have the contest on to point A, but ultimately it will be Sotoras taking it.
At least that Super Napalm did, like I said, control a lot of the space. That's a huge deal of it, right? You just can't push past it. There's zero way to push past it. It allowed them to at least get their positioning a little bit stronger, get the point guaranteed to start things off. But here we go. We see Nostalgia, and we do see the G maneuver available. We'll see if we see another cool flip into it. But the problem is, if Nostalgia can even get that close without getting melted themselves.
Oh, they try to answer for that flank coming out, and they end up dropping down 2 members. You can see the forces of Sotoras having to back away because they no longer have that same kind of presence up top. Tekka Dynasty are trying that similar maneuver, jumping on over. They'll just go ahead and force that high ground position away, maybe sneak 1 or 2 percentage points, but will be going back on over to C. Keiicho holding his ground right now in the face of 3 members of Tekka Dynasty to try and at least apply a little bit of pressure there.
And this high ground positioning is exactly what they want as C begins to unlock. We're only about 15 seconds away. They're a little bit split up on the side of Sotoras. They've got a few people on the A side trying to flank over. We've got Boondiggles all the way over opposite trying to flank the flank, you know, like just kind of just take advantage of the distraction. And there we go. We're going to see 2 kills off of that Barbados G maneuver. We're going to see the barrage to cancel it out, though, getting 3 overall, 4 overall. That was a great way to jump up there. That is looking to be actually such a strong G maneuver. I may have underestimated it early on in this character's life, but that's going to mean that we are still holding on here as Tekka Dynasty.
Yeah, and 2 plays in 1 there for Nostalgia. He was able to get positioning on that point. He was able to get that for his squad and then make the play right afterwards. So great presence of mind, but here's the Screaming Nimbus, countered by Hawklight on the other side. So no follow-up from either side. The Super Napalm ends up finding 1. Nostalgia goes down. Melee in the thick of things here, and it's all going away. Sotoras finally a few traded back and forth. The Tekka Dynasty only have one alive. It's Unruly trying his best to delay things for as long as possible. Sotoras, though, will pick up the last little bits here on C as we go back on over to point A.
I feel like maybe they should have just pre-positioned and allowed Tekka Dynasty to get the rest of it, because if Tekka Dynasty gets this point, this will still be the final point for them if they can hold on to it. And now look at this. They've got to fight back into some tough positioning. They're here overall, and oh, that's a huge Hinox slash. That's going to be the follow-up on at least one suit. Going for that health pack. I think they're going to be able to get down another. So this is looking overall pretty decent, but a robot's coming in, going to give a lot of that support, and as we know, doing a lot of damage as well, as they're just cleaning up, and this could be the final point for Tekka Dynasty as they're going to be taking care of it.
Oh, Boondoggle's getting chased down, but Hawklight not able to land those direct rockets onto him. Dropped down to 1 HP, but he's able to survive and back away. Sotoras only have one G maneuver for this fight. Nothing quite yet for Tekka Dynasty, but they have the punch. Code name Mood now just one shot away, and they find a pick onto the Unicorn. They want to finish things off strong. 97%. Boondoggles is on the point. Hawklight is the one contesting it, though. And now, as they clean up two more, that Ashmar punch isn't even needed there. Tekka Dynasty will tie things up here on Mountain R&D, putting them on match point.
Only need one more round to secure their spot in day 2 and in the top 4 for this tournament. They played a very similar strategy. They just didn't let the early game get away from them nearly as much, I would say. They're using obviously I was really excited to see the heavy arms, and I feel like they've been using it really well. Nostalgia putting on quite the show, but oh my gosh, you look at this damage. 46,000 from Hawklight. That's unbelievable.
Yeah, I mean, and it's only going to go up. We have one more round here on Mountain R&D, so we'll see if it can hit the 60k, maybe the 70k to finish things off. But it's all going to come down to this. Can Sotoras keep their tournament hopes alive? Send us to a map number 3, or will Tekka Dynasty finish it out in a 2-0 fashion?
Well, if they keep playing how they have been, it seems like they've made the adaptation. Now we got to see how Sotoras kind of adapts to the adaptation. You know, it's the double adaptation. It's just how these sets tend to go, especially when you're playing on a domination map where you get these rounds where you have time to change your strategies up in between. It's not just one big lost opportunity. You can take some time to learn, but we're going to see Boondoggles just go in, get the slam immediately. Not going to be able to get full mileage out of it, but at the very minimum, causing a lot of that team to turn around. However, it was not enough. We're going to have a pretty heavy brawl up here, but the high ground for sure going to Tekka Dynasty at least, which is going to be a big advantage.
Yeah, the high ground along with the numbers advantage as well. Point unlocked, that is going to be Tekka Dynasty picking that one up. Boondoggle still remaining that threat on that Barbados. Hasn't been able to find the same kind of success as he did on round number 1, but he's still eyeing it. You can see a robot keeping an eye on that angle, even sending out those funnels to try and push him back and make sure he doesn't push out. That is going to be his window, though. There's one less CC now for them to play off of. Royal Famine on the front lines with his squad will try and charge forward. A robot ends up picking up that kill, and you can see, though, the Sasabi pressure coming up from either side. They know that's where you need to apply that pressure. You need to take out that front line, as we do have the point, flipping on over for Sotoras. I don't think they'll get the large majority of this. Royal Famine still trying his best to survive. 67 HP, backs away with that smoke grenade, and it's Sotoras now with the lead in terms of percentage.
Just barely, but once again, they fought really hard for only about, 10 seconds of this point. Now, they are really close in percentages, so that was really important to break that tie, but now they have to reposition, and you can see here that Tekka Dynasty is already kind of on this high ground a lot more than, they were at least. They actually all just backed off. Asor kind of getting caught out a little bit far forward as the rest of the team backed up, and a lot of them, I think, were scared of that Zaku 2 ranged.
Oh, you can see Nostalgia almost going down there, but will be able to survive. And now, as the point unlocked, they need to get some numbers here. They've got the barrage ready, but they don't need it at all. As they charge forward, they will be able to clean up the remnants of Sotoras. They'll take point C. One Trick Toady is back on the front lines, but his shield is basically gone, and he needs to back away. Once again, Tekka Dynasty putting so much reliance upon their damage dealers here on the high ground. Boondoggles has been finding it so much more incredibly difficult to try and find his openings, take TKD have been doing an amazing job of just keeping tabs of him and knowing where that threat is coming from. KHO long range, but mid-air. Hawklight is able to laser down that super napalm.
What a shot! That was awesome. That was amazing. Hawklight, kind of one of my MVPs of all of today, to be honest, whether it be on the Zim Sniper or the classic Dom. But nice little jump over the little mid pit right there. I feel like Heavy Arms gets to play a lot of really fun little mobility angles on this map and tries to flank around One Trick Tony and then jump over the wall. Exactly what I was saying. Finally goes down, but you can see this looks like a fun suit for this map.
And that was just some great delay as well with those aerobatics coming out from Tekka Dynasty. They get basically the full percentage there, 65.4% for them. And now we're going underground for point B. The early setup coming out from Sotoras, and they have a lot of G maneuvers to play off of here. Look at that Screaming Nimbus, the funnels along with the G maneuver, the Unicorn G maneuver here, but it's the Screaming Nimbus as they charge on forward along with the Barbados G maneuver to clean things up. The point's going to unlock, and they're not going to take their chances whatsoever. They will not allow TKD any presence here on point B.
I actually really like his aggressiveness to try to tie things up. Boss Man just going to throw a few more random shots out there just to try to get as much damage as possible, as much mileage as you can get out of that G maneuver. But that does mean now that the resources are more in the favor of Tekka Dynasty for a repush here. However, it's going to take them a little bit more time to actually get into this fight. You can see they're still held in this choke point at the ramp by their spawn. And by the time they get in there, and if they retake it, they might only be able to get like 15 or so seconds. It would be really nice for them though to get a little bit more percentage here so that they can guarantee the next point that they take can be a win, because I'm not sure they're quite there yet.
Ooh, Royal Fatman is able to pick up 2 there, even though Tekka Dynasty had the advantage. Try to push in the choke. You can see how difficult it can be. One Trick Tony does have to back away. There's only 5% remaining here, so Sotoras now taking the lead. Overall, we are going back up. It's going to be point A for the final fight now. As you can see, Hawklight taking instant pressure, applying that with Unruly to take out 2 with the help of Codename Moon. One Trick Tony getting focused down again. These teams are so good about focusing down to zombies.
And we did see the Super Napalm come out. It was able to control a little bit of space, but ooh, nice shot from a robot through that lane in the middle. And that's going to be 2 picks here now from that G maneuver. That's a great positioning for Tekka Dynasty to get on this point. We do see Nostalgia kind of in the back, trying to find some good positioning, getting back up to this high ground to be able to melt down the shield pressure. Actually, the Zombie shield already gone, I think, but here we go. A great jump from Boondiggles.
Oh, he ends up following those a 2v1, and unfortunately, that was a small window that he had. Now we do have Codename Moon going in. Big punch along with the flame to follow up. We got the funnels coming out. That G maneuver of the Sazabi will be ending. And now we've got the Hades and the Barrage to finish things off for Tekka Dynasty. 10% remaining, and Sotoras needed to regroup quickly to try and contest one last time.
They have to get on site now. Boondiggles will be the one who at least touches the point. Oh, actually got a recap on the point. That was weird. But now they've got to stay on this 100% of the time. But how are they going to do that when Nostalgia is popping off on the Heavy Arms? That's a team kill. That is a game win, and that is a set win. Closed out by that Heavy Arms. A strong showing in its first tournament of the I guess just his first tournament of the series. It's not even a series, just its first tournament here. Great stuff from Nostalgia, great stuff from Tekka Dynasty.
Yeah, Tekka Dynasty keep themselves alive. They'll be moving on to tomorrow's games, but unfortunately that means Sotoras has been knocked out, but they put up a really great fight here. Despite what we saw on map number 1, where it looked fairly one-sided, they had a lot more fight left in them, sent us to a round number 3, and even brought us down to an extremely close scoreline at the end. Boondiggles was doing an amazing job on that Barbados, but we got to see Tekka Dynasty putting a lot more focus on that Barb, keeping tabs on him. That's one of the most important things when it comes to playing against the Brawlers, just knowing where they are.
I agree. I think that especially on this map in particular, right, being able to control a lot of these potential backliners, there's so many different routes that you can take to get behind people, and so these brawlers are a huge key important part of this, I guess, I don't know, the meta of that map, and how you deal with it as a group, how you counter them, what your options are against them, and overall it's just it was kind of like a death ball strategy, and a lot more taking the high ground from Tekka Dynasty that worked out in my opinion, and we saw a lot, I would say, of Sotoras kind of pushing that low ground, but regardless, they played very well. It was just a small adaptation in the end to pull it to a very close game. So great stuff to Sotoras Esports. They will be making it out at 5th place, but that's going to be where they end as we see Tekka Dynasty moving forward.
Yeah, that's right. And we have one final match for today before we close things out. And so don't go anywhere, guys. We'll have one more match there in the lower bracket right after this break.
And it looks like it is going to go off a little bit more upstairs, just to block a line of sight. But that punch might be the thing that closes this out. Only 2 players left. Can they get the defuse? They cannot.
So going into the grand final against Tekka, we were feeling very confident, especially after we saw the map picks. The map picks we felt were definitely in our favor. We have a bad track record, let's say, against good Barbados players, so we knew that just because of the way we were playing at the time, we were gonna have to focus Gasman, and they had Nox at the time, which is now on he's now on our team, but he was obviously an incredibly strong Exia, like top 1, top 2 Exia in the game. 2 of the best melee players in the game on one team against our team, which is legendarily awful at dealing with melee. We definitely had to be very careful.
But here we go. We are going to see the team comps. We're going to see the gun tank coming out of Team Mafty. There's no way they trolled. No, they got me. They got me there. And we need somebody to get on point right now. But David holding this forward position says, you cannot get past me. You cannot even attempt this. And that looks like that's going to be round 1 with a nearly full hold.
5 seconds. Someone needs to touch, but they are not there in time. Finally, trying to go for that defuse, but they get interrupted. Arrow will put a stop to that one.
We obviously felt strong after beating Tekka on the first map, but we always try to keep the mindset of the series is still going on. You know, they can still come back and win, so we still have to play strong. Going into thermal plants against Tekka, we obviously have very different team compositions. They're running double melee, and they have very good melee players, and we're running no melee. But we decided that we were going to try to run Zakutu ranged, which I think this was the first time in a long time any team ran Zakutu ranged on any map, and we decided to put Profi on it. Ended up working very well. You'll see in the last fight of the game, we knew we were up alt charge, so we had to make sure we kept track of that throughout this entire match.
Team Tekka Dynasty going down. Nox is going to avoid that for a little bit, but you need to be there to step on point, and that is probably going to be the round here for Team Mafty. Then the rest of that, they're in point A. What was that?
It's going to be a Sazabi first Sazabi exchange, but you can see focus without having to contend with another Ashmar. He has complete aerial supremacy for his squad, and so
he's left, or 5% left. I don't know if anybody can get back in time. The screaming missiles might go completely unused, and it looks like nobody will be back in time.
With them securing a early waypoint and bomb plant against us, this point in particular is one of those points where you really have to focus on just grouping up, don't freak out, you know, don't get picked while you're grouping back up, and just sort of push back in, get your kills first, and then defuse. That's what our team did here.
yeah, they are very close to the energy cable, but they end up losing out on Gasman. That's one more pick too, as a robot ends up falling here. Mafty like to take their time to clear out their angles before they go for this, but here it is. Arrow coming back. He will ultimately go down. Nox picks up 2, but he should be going down.
We finally managed to get a plant here, and we just sort of had to pull back by time, play within the door, make sure we don't get picked. That's the biggest thing.
Again, they're trying their best to body block for it, and the Sazabi might give his life for it. They do end up getting it down once again on.
And it looks like it is going to go off a little bit more upstairs just to block a line of sight, but that punch might be the thing that closes this out. Only 2 players left. Can they get the defuse? They cannot, and Mafty will sweep the grand finals.
I don't think we dropped a single map through the entire tournament. I think we won it 9-0. As always, though, we're never satisfied, and that's what I think separates us from some teams. even in a great performance, we try to hammer out some things. We don't get complacent with our performances.
Like it.
LANFest is community. LANFest builds and supports gaming communities to support charity. We have more than 25,000 attendees and 400 volunteers across 18 chapters that span 3 countries. LANFest is charity. Charity is at the core of what LANFest is. We've raised more than $1 million for charities nationwide. We support food banks, veterans, animals, hospitals, and so much more. LANFest is gaming. Come join LANFest.
Welcome back to the Best of the West presented by the Gundam Evolution New Type League. This is going to be our last match of the day here in the lower bracket. Only one team can move on.
And it is between two very strong teams, one of which we didn't get a chance to see, one of them that we did. Of course, that's going to be last second that we did get a chance to see. And IQ, who went down earlier in the bracket to Team Mafty, which is, of course, a fate that many have suffered. But that means that we didn't get a chance to see really how strong they're playing today, as falling to Mafty is not something that really shows whether you're playing well or not that well today. It just shows that Mafty is Mafty.
Yeah, that's all that says. That's, you fought against Mafty. Go next. GG, go next, right? So we'll see. This one should be a close one between these two teams. Again, these competitors, we've seen them time and again throughout all of our matches. I also want to take a quick moment, of course, to let you guys know that if you want to help contribute to the prize pool, it is $1,000 already. And of course, whatever you can contribute on Match Arena will definitely help out. There are free ways to do it as well. So make sure you check out our Match Arena page to help out our players throughout all of that. Now, with that said, let's go ahead and head into our map picks and bans for the final time today. Maybe today, or maybe for this match, we'll see a flag for it, but probably just jinxing myself. And our first bans will be coming in for this match.
Well, I get a feeling we're going to see a flak fort at least on one of these pictures, but it may be one of them that's grayed out. But wait, not yet. Harbor City, we're seeing picked a lot. That's banned. Colony Trading Post apparently picked a lot off stream, and it is banned as well. Quarry is going to be our first map of the day. That's one that we're pretty used to seeing, but Flak Fort's not out of the picture yet.
And we have Underground Command Center. I believe that'll be the first time for broadcast at the very least, picked up by last second. Thermal Plant, the next band coming out from IQ, leaving our hopes alive now for Black Fort.
Hey, you know what would be even funnier is if it ended up being the Decider, which is totally a chance. But let's see. No, the final ban of the day. Mountain R&D Lab will be our Decider. It's a pretty common Decider overall, but no Flak Fort on broadcast at all today. The most banned map for sure. I love seeing it, but I guess we just got to move on and look at what other maps we get to see.
Yeah, so 2 destruction maps in a row and then possibly going over to domination. If we go to map number 3 in this set, we have to remember this is our final lower bracket match to hit our top 4 for our games tomorrow. Will it be IQ? Will it be last second? We got to see some of last second, like you said early on today. We don't know quite the state of IQ. We've had a lot of roster changes as well, so that's going to be a lot to explore.
You almost never know who's exactly playing for which team, but just as far as who's signed up, I will say that IQ is looking like a very strong version of IQ. I don't know if all of these players are playing, but we've got some really top level players that we've seen before, like Fusion Blackie, one of the best turn A's that we've seen. We see Chaotic Bake and Saris, Tizim, Red Protocol, Be Their Shield, Invictus. So this is an absolutely top tier level of play team, but I don't know which of those is actually going to be playing today, as there's a few more names on there, and I don't know who they're going to be playing, so it should be exciting to see. I'm glad that we at least get to see them one time on broadcast.
Yeah, and now we're going to go ahead and set up the match for our final game of the day, so don't go anywhere, guys. We'll have IQ versus last second right after this. Welcome back to Best of the West, presented by the Gundam Evolution New Type League. It's our final match of the day, last second versus IQ here in the lower bracket. To see will be the final squad joining our other 3 squads that have secured their spot for our games tomorrow. We're going to start off here on Quarry, and it's IQ on the defense.
Ooh, and I'm excited to see what the picks are. Usually defense picks are pretty locked in, so that does mean that Exponent is going to be on that Hyperion, which is a cool thing to see. We are going to see... Oh, wait a minute. Oh, no, I'm sorry. I was looking at the totally wrong side. That is offensive side. Defense, yeah, is going to be IQ. I was just looking at the totally wrong thing. But Chaotic, of course, we know is one of the best Barbadoses that we have. So I'm very excited to see, of course, what they can do on this map. A very Barbados-heavy map. We tend to see even teams that don't usually run Barbados switch to it around here.
And surprisingly enough, Gasman is hovering on that Zaku 2 range, so they won't have that same kind of presence to try and hold that high ground that you can see that Chaotic through the X-Ray is currently playing right now. They are going to go ahead and clear out the corners here on the left side, but again, Chaotic backs away as he notes that a lot of members are coming in, but there we go, tries to go for the combo, has to back away. He gets the shield as well from the Dom, but he will not be able to find anything off of it. Now he needs to back away to heal up. That's going to allow Last Second to have this high ground pressure for themselves.
Ooh, Zusi kind of flying over, going to lob a big flame grenade. That's going to be their key to go in. That's their cue. They're going to be pushing behind the box. Chaotic, though, going to get a 3-man slam, potentially. That is going to be huge. That damage led to a lot. They were able to get a lot of picks off of that. Gasman, though, still running around pretty healthy in here. Blue Jay as well, and Wiki, but that is going to be 3 versus 5, and slowly they are going to go down to a 2 versus 5, and then maybe the end of that push. It was a great slam, but they managed to... I mean, honestly, the green slam was on the other side. It was a great push, but the slam stopped them. That's what I should be saying.
Yeah, again, really noting why it's so important to have that Barbados up there just for that counter engage, be able to come in and drop down onto the squad, having the natural flank for themselves, leaving themselves vulnerable in the back is going to be Last Second as they end up losing out on 2. That's going to be 3 and 4 going down. Red Protocol just holding the corner now. They'll be able to get his teammate back up. Invictus is repaired. Wiki getting staggered there. Now Last Second are sent back once again. 3 minutes remaining. They still have to secure this waypoint.
I'm surprised we're not seeing Gasman on the Barbados. We've seen the Gasman versus Chaotic Barbados mirror on this map many, many times, and it tends to be very close, and whoever of them is winning tends to give their team an advantage, but it can go either way. And so I'm surprised that we are seeing the Zaku 2 ranged. We'll see if it really pays off. Right now, I mean, hey, it's a great counter to Barbados if you can outmaneuver him.
Yeah, Chaotic still trying to reestablish himself back up top. That does mean that space is created. They're able to pick up 2 off the back of that one. Now, it's just Fusion Blackett that did end up going down on that Gundam Unicorn. But again, the follow-up isn't there. They're not able to finish him, destroy him, and so the res comes through. 2 minutes and 17 seconds now remaining here for Last Second. And they do have some G maneuvers for this next fight. They'll have that Hyperion along with that Hades. It looks like it's instantly popped. Never mind the new Gundam. We'll go ahead and pop that, but the Screaming Nimbus is utilized there to push back Wiki. And that is a great counter coming out from IQ.
Oh my gosh, the defensive lineman there just saying, hey, hold on a minute, get out of here. I'm gonna push you all the way back. You're not gonna be able to use your shield. I'm gonna get you completely out of position, and it worked really well. However, there are now a lot of picks on the side of IQ. Last Second is going to get an opportunity to take this waypoint, but they've only got 1 minute and 30 seconds left to decide where they want to push to. Red Protocol also still sitting on point, not gonna get very much mileage. That's gonna be a little bit of a stagger. They need to move now.
Yeah, 2.5 minutes basically spent there just to get that waypoint. And that's allowing IQ to regroup as a 5-man at the very least for this. They've got the tools to do it. They have the G maneuver advantage. They've got B their shield with his. Ooh, Chaotic going down. It's a 1-for-1 exchange. He's not able to pop his G maneuver for that. Gasman, though, continuing to play on the flanks, but he loses out on that 1v1 up against Red Protocol. And that's going to be a huge opportunity now for the defense to try and push out, maybe take back that waypoint.
There are a lot of G maneuvers available on the side of IQ. They can hold off for pretty much as long as they want to. They just got to make sure that nobody plants. There's only 40 seconds left. They just got to get people off of the actual sites. I would have liked to maybe see the waypoint retaken, but it looked like they just wanted to just sit tight, play safe. It makes a lot of sense with the resources that they have. Fusion Blackie is going to be activating that G maneuver and getting some good hits, but I don't know if it's going to be enough.
Yeah, Amano ends up finding one with that sniper pickup, but again, the numbers advantage is here for IQ. The G maneuver advantage is here for them as well, and there's really nothing left in the tank. They might be able to come in with the Screaming Nimbus last second, but there's only 10 seconds remaining here. Chaotic is just trying to go back. He backcaps the waypoint as well, and things are looking even worse for last second here with 1 second remaining. That's going to be the full hold coming out from IQ.
Very, very nice. I realized I said that last comment very weird. I don't know why I'm getting a little mixed up in this game. I meant to say that Fusion Blackie got picked off. I didn't know if that was enough, because that was, like you said, a very, very strong hold. They had still even good amount of resources available at the end of it, so they just managed to, just play to their strengths. I'm surprised that, well, okay, I'm not surprised that they went to losers bracket so early because it was Mafty, but just the way that they're playing, it almost feels like they shouldn't have been in losers bracket so early, but I guess that's just the nature of these tournaments.
Yeah, one thing to note really for last second is that they've had a lot of swaps, right? They're trying to kind of redefine what their identity is here in competitive Gundam Evolution, and it's difficult not seeing Gasman on that Barbados when we know the kind of highlight plays that he's been able to put out, like you had mentioned as well, that kind of rivalry between the two, between him and Chaotic. We've seen that duel between the Barbados time and again, but we got to see what happens when one team has a stellar Barbados able to control so much space for their squad, particularly on this map, that feels very one-sided when you don't have an answer for it.
It does. The ability to leap is just so strong, considering the fact that there are these perfectly leap-sized walls all over this first point. I'm surprised that we're not seeing it, but I mean, I do like, well, actually, we might be seeing it right now as Gasman is on the Barbados, so we'll see if that ends up working a little bit better on defense. But there is not a lot of progress that needs to be made on the side of IQ on the offense. They just got to get in there and make a little bit happen. Let's see how this first push goes.
We do have the swap off. Chaotic is going to go over toward that Aznable for his squad to apply a little bit more pressure with that. Now as they charge forward, there it is. The jump in, but it's a little bit too early, possibly. No, their cleanup comes out from last second, and they will go ahead and send them packing. A little bit iffy there, but Gasman did end up going for that counter dive onto them. And see, we get to see why it's so important to have that Barbados, and I'm surprised that on the other side, they're not trying to rock it themselves.
I know, this is weird. Like, nobody on offense is choosing to go for the Barbados. It's only on the defense, and we've seen it work well on both sides. I mean, it does have a little bit more free reign to jump to the right positions on defense here, but actually right there, Gasman getting punished for attempting that. They pushed in a lot more separated this time, so they wouldn't all get hit by one slam, and this is for sure going to be a waypoint take for IQ. They can get a plant down right here, and all they need is a few seconds to win this game.
Yeah, this is almost a minute 30 difference in their pushes at this point. Straight onto the B side to get that plant on down. The Victus chasing after him. Has to be careful, but never mind. The Barbados will not get on top of him. Gasman not able to find anything here whatsoever. Chaotic did make that swap off onto that Barbados, by the way, and now things are looking dire. 10 seconds remaining here. The defense needs to get back, but they're not even going to be able to do it at full force.
Oh no, I don't know how you're possibly going to do this. Look at this Chaotic with even an extra amount of life defending this, and yep, just preemptively going for the slam on the bomb. Very, very smart to make 100% sure that nobody was even going to start that defuse, and that is going to be IQ strongly taking game number 1 of this set.
Yeah, another full hold that we get to see here on a Quarry. It's going to be Invictus actually walking away with the MVP of that map. Not surprised, Dom Trooper does tend to fare well when we have a lot of clumping going on in these matches.
It certainly does, and you basically always get clumping on this map. There's no way to avoid it. Either you're sitting behind that, like by the box, basically on the, I don't know, the defensive side at that first waypoint, or you're sitting in the high ground, or you're sitting in a doorway, or just somewhere where always Dom missiles are going to do a lot of damage, or the flame grenades from the Ashamar. So it's always going to be a great. I mean, those suits are great everywhere, but especially on this map, Mountain R&D, stuff like that.
Yeah, so that's just our first map. We hopefully maybe see this go to 3, but right now things are definitely looking pretty favored on one side. I believe our second map will be Underground Command Center, so another destruction map. We're going to go ahead and take a short break as we get that one set up. When we get back, it'll be map number 2, our final game of the day, right after this. Welcome back to Best of the West, and here is the match breakdown from our first game in this set between Last Second IQ. It was IQ that took the win here on Quarry. And we get a better look at the damage breakdown of Victus, Red Protocol, both of them above 20k for their squads.
Looking really close in numbers, very, very, very similar. But like we mentioned, the suits that can do a lot of damage on that map, they do a ton of damage. And of course, the Pale Riders kind of just doing a lot of damage in general. We see a lot of damage there. We see a lot of damage from Amano as well, especially compared to like the rest of the team. Overall, second in damage on Last Second. Again, this is really looking to me like the Pale Riders are coming out to play. The suit is in a really good spot right now, but Dom, no matter what they do to Dom, it's always going to be there. It's always going to be good. And honestly, I mean, I like it. I think it's great.
Yeah, right now in this meta, I just feel like one of the units that just I have to feel like feels incredibly difficult to play is going to be Sazabi. We're seeing so much attention being put on by all of their teams. The focus fire onto the Sazabis has been incredible today. So right now you can see Be Their Shield was still able to dish out 13k with 21 kills himself. On the other side for Exponent, 6 kills with 11k damage. And so it's incredibly hard to stay alive right now in this current meta.
It is very high damage, and basically, like you said, every single Sazabi player that we've seen has just been melted. They get focused so heavily. We're seeing a good amount of unicorns, and that with like we saw some heavy arms, the buff damage from the Pale Riders. There's just a lot of bullets going into that shield and then going into that really large target of Sazabi. So we'll see if that ends up happening once again, as we're going to be moving on here to, for the first time today, Underground Command Center.
The mission is about to
And
begin.
this is one of those maps, just like over at Harbor City, where we could see some sniper play, but right now, no one is actually hovering over onto that Jim sniper. We do have the Pale Riders, though, coming out from Red Protocol and Zeusy as well. Gasman possibly to pick up the heavy arms for us.
Ooh, the return of the Gatman. I saw actually a match of Gasman's earlier, just like before the actual broadcast started. Gasman, of course, streams himself. Should be able to sure and go and follow him. But he was playing heavy arms, and they did really well. They dominated actually a match on Flak Fort earlier. I can't remember which team they played against. I'm sure you can see it in the bracket. But Gasman's heavy arms was looking really strong. He knew a lot of the flip angles, exactly where he could go with it. His damage was really great. He was doing a lot of like flip into these really tight little angled I guess like flame rockets. I actually need to learn the actual name of that move, but we are gonna see it, and this is our second really full committal to the heavy arms of the day.
Yeah. The only long range that right now he does have to worry about is going to be Zeusy, of course, on that Pale Rider, but no high ground contest. It's going to be straight over for that waypoint. That's going to allow Amano a nice little angle here to try and get that molly down onto the squad, but that means Gasman is able to walk up for free. You can see Exponent there on the front line with the Sazabi, and the instant melt onto either side. Unfortunately, the focus wasn't quite there to take out the enemy Be Their Shield. You can see he does back away with 1 HP to try and pick up a health kit for themselves, but there's only the one to play off of. Still, though, the defense is there, even with their health bars just kind of flashing red. Fight back into this. Blue Jay has to back up last second. We'll have to have another go at this waypoint.
That is the exact thing you see from every top team on this point. Their ability to flex around the back of the waypoint is so crucial, and that was played exactly perfectly by IQ. That's exactly how you see Mafty play it as well. Just all the top teams exactly like that. If you're playing out there in ranked, you should definitely try that. Of course, not that you can get your team definitely to do it, but it's a good strategy. And here's another attempt at a push.
Once again, the Sazabi is going down. That pressure onto the shield is so strong. Blue Jay has to be careful. He's dropped down to 1 HP, and Red Protocol is able to nade out 2 of them. He's getting cornered now as Amano tries to push up. He will fall for his effort. Red Protocol stays alive. Now the waypoint was taken, but it'll be instantly flipped once again. Last second are sent back to their spawn. They have to try and fight for this once more with 2 minutes and 45 seconds remaining.
The flexibility just once again being shown off. I mean, there's really nothing more you could say about it. They're perfectly like just rotating backwards. They're just giving up just enough space that they feel comfortable to actually get these kills. Gasman is going to go for the, I learned the move names, Moonsault into the shoulder missile pod right there, just to get a little bit of extra damage on everybody standing there. But Gasman is really far forward, maybe getting caught out. Is very low HP, has to back up as Exponent pushes in, but gets melted like we were just saying. And this is going to be, again, a lot of the members of Last Second getting melted down very quickly. They're getting a few picks of their own. Red Protocol is using that Hades, and that can be terrifying. And that is probably going to shut down that push for good. X-Men, the only one left and pretty far away.
Yeah, I'm trying to think if Heavy Arms actually might have taken away the title of longest ability name with his dual-wielding double Gatling gun away from Mahiru. I don't even remember Mahiru's ability name, the Torpedo something. I don't even know.
Yeah,
Here we go, with a minute and 40 seconds remaining. Last Second still fighting over this waypoint. They even need to get flat down. Be their shield on the front line once again. Jumping into the back line, though, is Sotoras. Now as he picks up one, and you can see how quickly IQ are at cleaning up this fight. And that's going to be another team fight win coming out from IQ.
This has been just a perfect hold. They have only lost a few members, but they've been holding on to their resources. That's the most important thing. They are sitting with 4 G maneuvers for this final push, and it's going to be 4 very high impact G maneuvers as well if they're used well. I mean, they can be high impact on this particular site, I would say. However, Gasman does have the barrage ready. We could see the flip into the barrage, missile into the barrage, just working out for a lot of kills. That's going to be 1 down, 1 follow-up with the Hades. Gasman is going to sit here and melt that Sozabi. That is the push that they needed. Immediately capturing that waypoint, and they are pushing towards that bomb site. They've only got 30 seconds. They know they have to go fast.
The scary part, though, once they get it down, if they get it down, the retake coming out from IQ, they'll have 3 G maneuvers available. Funnel, along with the Unicorn G maneuver, and Sotoras as well. And so, last second, they have to basically fight this one dry, unless Blue Jay can get that Screaming Nimbus up in time. You see, though, Fusion Blackie gets taken out, and that kind of Unicorn G maneuver goes to waste, unfortunately, not able to find anything there.
And so now we've still got the funnels, we've still got Sotoras with that G maneuver as well, but Blue Jay did have time to actually build that Screaming Nimbus, so that is gigantic. Still staying pretty healthy too. That can at least, at the very minimum, guarantee them a little bit more time, even if it does end up getting defused. And there we go, that's going to be the usage of it. Sotoras is also going to pop the new Gundam G maneuver to try and defend, but we can see that's not a good counter to the Screaming Nimbus. It's going to go down immediately, essentially a waste, and Blue Jay finally going down, but look at this, we're only 5 seconds away from the detonation.
And that was beautiful timing coming out from Blue Jay as well. Just as the Sozabi was dropping low, they tag him out, bring in Blue Jay with the Screaming Nimbus, give him that extra armor, make sure he stays alive. And so now we'll be going on to the second half of this map. 2 minutes added on to the time here for Last Second as they're finding staggers as they charge forward. We'll see if they want to just push up and try and get the plant down, or will they be able to just secure this waypoint? Looks like IQ will try and fight for it, but they don't quite have all their numbers here yet, but they are delaying long enough to get him here.
And having that extra health from the Unicorn buff that was just received is huge. They're actually able to hold off a huge portion of this team. They're going to have to run all the way back. There's not a lot of time either. Blue Jay's the only one still up. Might get picked off, might get staggered, and that is going to happen. That is a very unfortunate thing to happen in general. That was a really long stagger. Most of the team's already back, but they've got to wait for that respawn now.
With a minute, 30 seconds remaining, Last Second don't have much time to work with. Possibly 2 fights just to try and get this waypoint. They do have Wiki, though. He does have his G maneuver available. And that's a nice one to have, especially in the face of a Hades. I don't know if it's going to be enough to block out all that damage, though, as the Hades hasn't been popped quite yet from Red Protocol. Nice pickup on the Chaotic there, coming out from Gasman as he continues to charge forward with that heavy arc. It is a 2-for-1 exchange as Wiki finds one more, be their shield to fall. And now with only a few members remaining, that should be the waypoint for Last Second. But they need to instantly pivot to try and get that Mega Charge down.
Oh, there's less than a minute left. They have to make this count perfectly. They've got only punch left as well, and there are 3 G maneuvers stocked up, about to be 4. Yep, 4 now on the side of IQ, and the Victus is going to be the first one to use one. That Screaming Nimbus just hitting into the back line, doing so much damage. Victus is going to be following it up. X-Men going down. Oh, and that's going to be almost every single person. That is a full team wipe. Last Second completely down. They've got 30 seconds left. Amano trying to just make it back to the point, getting picked off. This offensive hold is working just all too well. I don't think there's going to be enough time for this one.
I don't even think there's enough time just to be able to run back and actually touch the point at all, especially in the face now of the defense. They've got Chaotic with this G maneuver to finish things off strong as well. He hasn't popped it quite yet, but I don't know if he needs it. There we go. He's going to go ahead and utilize that down as a mono falls. That's going to be IQ holding it. Last second, though, we're able to get that first point at the very least.
Getting that is huge, right? Getting that is absolutely huge. It looked like there was going to be nothing on the board at all for the longest time in that match. That hold on the waypoint even was so strong, but then they pushed through that waypoint at the last moment, last second, as usual, last second playing things last second, and then they planted, defended it perfectly. So just getting at least that is gigantic. Now, it is going to make the job a little bit harder for IQ, but I still have to say this is IQ's game, just to be able to be at this advantage for sure.
Yeah, taking a look at the stat line, Red Protocol was able to dish out so much damage, of course, on that Pale Rider with the space that was created by his team, and he did a great job of really being able to play around the chaotic nature of this. And like you had mentioned, when we're fighting over that first waypoint, it's all about bending, not breaking, coming back for the re-engage, and they were doing such an amazing job of it. And honestly, I would say a lot of that is off the back of the anchor of how strong that Red Protocol was able to hold his position as that Pale Rider.
I do have to say, though, as we were just looking at him, Gasman on the heavy arms did put in a lot of work, that really showing off how strong that G maneuver can be, because it's so fast you can't really react to it with a defensive G maneuver, and I think it'll do even stronger on defense. Also, I got to point out, Enders, thank you in chat, says it's Toroidal Shield with Internal Mega Particle Cannon is the name of the move from a hero.
I think they might be tied then with longest name at that point. It's so close. Well, I'll count the letters later on, but here we go. It's going to be IQ now looking to punch in their ticket for tomorrow. They just need to finish off this map. They just get the plants on to the second half. You can see now all the members going over to the right-hand side. Evictus, though, on his own with that Dom, trying to find an opening, trying to find some open damage there for his team. All Death Squad is pushing up. Either Shield, though, is on his own, and he gets focused down. You cannot have your Sazabi going down early. Now the waypoint was taken, but it's instantly flipped once again last second, proving that, yeah, they have the same kind of defense here when it comes to Underground Command Center.
Oh, without a doubt, they have the ability to do the exact same thing. Like I mentioned before, flexing back behind the control point. Even if you allow them to grab it for a split second, it doesn't mean that much. Like there's something, maybe sometimes they're gonna get a spawn there and you're gonna get a stagger if you win that team fight. So things could be a whole lot worse unless their whole team manages to respawn at that exact same moment. But here we go, push number 2. Evictus is gonna be holding his high ground along with Chaotic. That's a lot of AoE damage that can be rained down upon the enemy team, and that's why they're splitting up so well.
Chaotic looking for that napalm. We'll see if he can actually connect it. Nope, never mind. That's Zusi taking him out of the sky. He is low, but he's got his repair kit to keep himself up. That protocol does end up getting the repair at the very least, but in that time, Evictus ends up falling. It's going to be both Dom Troopers going down here. Just take a look at the very aggressive push coming out from Chaotic, but maybe it's enough. Nope, never mind. Here is the reinforcement. Zusi charging forward to pick up 2, and that will be the waypoint flipping once again.
Oh my gosh, full team kill right there. Zusi was just in the perfect position to be able to shoot basically everybody from the side or back. That is great positioning for a Pale Rider player. I just knew exactly where everybody was going to be pushing from, but this is looking like a mirror of the last game. Everybody's getting so good at defending this first waypoint that this is, you would almost not even imagine that this was going so well for IQ in the previous round.
Gasman going in, flips on in for the barrage, and he picks up 2. He's a little bit of help to back away, but he will be able to survive. That's going to be, what, 3-4 members of IQ going down. We'll see if we can get the stagger onto Ceres, but nope, they have to back away. They lost Blue Jay here. That could work against them. We'll see if they can get the repair onto him. It looks like he was left to the wayside. Wiki falling next, and this is the biggest opportunity now for IQ. Huge numbers advantage as they find one more onto a mono. They were able to get the repair at the very least onto Wiki, who does prove valuable at the very least. The waypoint has been picking up, but they still have to get the plant down.
All right, so let's see if this is going to be an actual mirror of the last game. No, it looks like already Chaotic is just going to fall super quickly. The damage on the side of Last Second is just ridiculous. They've got so many high damage dealers, and they are so good at focusing particular targets. They're going to make it difficult for anybody to come in, and Gasman's going to get another pick as well. There are a lot of G maneuvers up for IQ, though. I think Last Second needs to be very, very worried about that. Gasman playing a little bit far forward. That does have a lot of HP, the heavy arms right there, 1200. But with the damage that these teams deal, that still can be pretty scary.
See which one they decide to pop. It's going to be the Screaming Nimbus charging forward as Zeusy gets chased down. Red Protocol with the Hades as well. 3 members of IQ going down, and now they get to pick where they want to go ahead and set that Mega Charge. Thinking down on that 8th site. The Victus will be able to get out with the skin of his teeth. Now the Mega Charge is going to be the retake for Last Second. They do have 2 tools for that at the very least. They've got the punch along with the Hades here. Zeusy just biding his time.
Honestly, with such a little amount of time left, this is really looking like the run back of the previous game. Now, if of course Last Second can get this retake right here, it will not at all, and we'll be going to game 3. But we might get a tie. Let's not count that out quite yet. Amano though going down, Evictus getting traded, so this is going to be 5v5 here.
Oh boy, we do have the Screaming Nimbus getting popped by Blue Jay to get his team back on to the point. The Mega Charge disarm does get disabled there, and they have to try a second time now as they get right on top of the point. Blue Jay needs the body block for his squad, charges forward, and it looks like the Mega Charge gets diffused. That will be the victory coming through.
Wow. Honestly, with how the first, 3 minutes of the first round of this map looked, I was like, well, that looks like that might be just IQ with a quick 2-0, but it's actually going to be instead our first game 3 of the day. And in fact, it looked like they got most of the MVP awards as well, but Last Second doing such a great job of turning things around there. And it was actually kind of bizarre how close those two, the attack and defense rounds were to each other. That looked so much like a mirror. The timings were the same. It all just came down to whether or not they got that last minute disarm, and one of them did and one of them didn't.
Yeah, Blue Jay coming in clutch, being able to build up that Screaming Nimbus just in time. You can see how much chaos it creates, especially in that post-plant situation. Yeah, that means we will be going to our decider map, our first decider map of the day, and it's Mountain R&D. I'm so excited for it, and I know you guys are too, but we do need to take a short break before we get into our final map of the day. You're not going to want to miss that, so don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be right back right after this.
And welcome back, everyone. We are now down to our final match of the day. We've got, of course, the recap from the previous game that is going to send us to our game 3. This was on Underground Command Center, where Last Second finally fought back and took us to our final game. And there are some numbers on here that are pretty ridiculous. 37K for Wiki, 40K for Red Protocol.
Yeah, and no surprises whatsoever there. I mean, it's been basically those 2 units along with our Dom troopers for the day, and it looks like they are topping basically the damage boards overall. We got to see both of our Tail Riders in that last match put up a really great effort. Now what I'm wondering, as we move on to the next map, which will be Mountain R&D to finish things off, there's going to be no ties there. And so it will be our final map of the day. Gasman has shown that he is still ready and rearing to go and play that Barbados, but he's also shown that, hey, he can play the heavy arms quite well. And so which one does he really want to pick up for that map?
Okay, I mean, well, we've seen for sure Millie Barbados in the map, right? But we did get to see that one really good example of the heavy arms from Nostalgia on that map, and I'm starting to think just from that showing alone, obviously we don't have a large sample size of matches on there, but it looks to me like that's a pretty good suit for that map, or at the very least, like, you know, not a bad suit for that map for by any means, right? It plays at its ranges. The flip allows it to get to the high ground and the low ground and jump over pits and just everything that you want basically for that map as far as mobility. And it can control a lot of these choke points and just, just unload on anybody who's trying to shield them through those choke points. So I'm very excited to see if that is what we end up seeing. We've seen already that both of the heavy arms players that we've had today, Nostalgia and Gasman, have been really good with the barrage, which is looking now to me to be a really, really strong G maneuver, because it just happens so fast that you can take tools out of the team fight before they realize they're going to lose them.
Yeah, it's just so interesting to me. Like when it comes to Gasman, right? It's like the duality of man, right? You're playing a triple dash, a triple dash melee brawler unit versus a single dash mid-range, DPS, right? With only one jump. And so it's so great to see that he is able to play 2 very unique styles in that regard and perform pretty well with it. So I'm really excited to see which one he ends up pulling out here for Mountain R&D. I think either one will work out extremely well regardless when he is piloting it. Of course, with the backup of the rest of his squad as well, who are starting to show that it's not just the one-man show there for that squad. It's not just the Gasman show. A lot of other players are showing up today.
Oh, I mean, it's such a strong squad just across the board. There have been some really impressive team play moments as well, where it's realistically just everybody just putting in a lot of work into one particular team fight. I got to say, too, Blue Jay has had some really, really clutch moments as far as, even just in that last fight of that last map, being able to secure guaranteed that win. But overall, this is going to be a close one. I mean, it's our first game 3 of the day for a good reason, and this is such an even map. We've seen both of these teams do very well on this map before. IQ, slightly different roster, but I guess technically both slightly different roster, but I expect that this is going to be a great one. I love this map. It always goes down to the wire. Here we go, Mountain R&D for our last map of the day.
And when we were on Quarry, we were hoping to see that Barb 1v1, and we will get it here on Mountain R&D. Gasman has picked it up along with Chaotic there, but the first frag is going to be Exponent going down once again. Talking about the pressure onto your Sazabis. It's going to be IQ and end up winning out on that duel, and as point A unlocks, they are in position to take it instantly.
Be Their Shield now is not threatened nearly as much as the previous games, and we do know that Be Your Shield is really a specialist, right, for the Sazabi. I mean, just the name Be Your Shield, it would be kind of a crime if it was anybody else, except for maybe like Jim or Hyperion, any other shield users, but it has to be Sazabi, really, I feel. And now, you can challenge as Gasman in this way. We'll see if it works out. It looks like it does, but you need to get in there, right? This has to be a dive on the Sazabi every single time. It worked out here. That is going to be a retake overall for Last Second. We'll see if it can happen consistent.
19% for IQ for Last Second, though. Looking to play continually aggressive. Mono doesn't have that same kind of high ground presence quite yet with the rest of the squad. Fusion Black, he got spotted out here We'll see if they can maybe put a few more components up. Exponent should be following up behind them, but Amano has to be careful. He doesn't have the extra tanky bodies there to help him out. Saris finds that kill onto Gasman. That might be the retake, but now the point's actually going to go ahead and flip on over. We're going over to C. But that is both high grounds basically wrestled away from them. IQ now pushing forward to try and get some staggers. Here comes the charge, and Chaotic will be able to finish off Exponent with the help of Saris. Now as we flip on over to point C, B, their shield is on that front line, but Gasman is able to win out the second time on that duel up against Chaotic, taking him out. Gasman does not escape though for his efforts, so that's a 1-for-1 exchange, leaving it open now for last second to be able to hop onto the point. It is getting contested though, but overall it will go on over.
Yeah, this is, I mean, it was such a good positioning from IQ, but this is such a great counter push by the side of last second. They've got such a mobile team. It's a brawling team, and I like this as an option to not have to constantly have the high ground because they can be there almost at any time, but we are going to see the Hades activated. That is a pretty low red protocol, though, and getting taken out before almost anything can happen. Amano countering very well. Victus was downstairs with the Screaming Nimbus. I'm not sure exactly what was happening there, but they're just falling all over the place.
Yeah, he used it from height and then dropped down and tried to force them off the point, but unfortunately with 2 G maneuvers utilized there, it's gonna go to waste for them, and that's a tough position to be put in because now, as we flip on over, it's going back on over to point A. There's a huge discrepancy in power. You've got the Heathawk Slash, the Screaming Nimbus, along with the Hades ready for last second to try and close it out here on point A.
Oh yeah, this lead is growing considerably from last second, and it is looking like a good spot, honestly, to be able to hold just that last little bit of percentage, just being already there on A, already having that potential high ground. But right now, actually, the high ground, I would lie, is totally on the side of IQ. They've got a few members below, though. Be their shields getting caught out above, not going down, but needs to be at least relatively scared. I mean, that's still pretty low HP.
Yeah, Victus was a little bit far forward there, and so he does pay for that effort. The point unlocks, and it's IQ that's going to go ahead and take that one. Chaotic finds 1 kill onto Exponent, but Saris falls now as the point gets contested. This is where it becomes a little bit difficult, when it becomes so brawl-centric. Teams can delay for so long, and IQ, not only are they delaying, they are winning out on the fight. That's going to be the change, though. Zusi finds 1 more. Again, they have not been able to capture the point, and now they are still trying to struggle and get this point away from IQ.
Oh my gosh, but Amano just running amok. This is one of those situations like we saw before with the opposite side, Pell Rider Zusi, just being able to, or sorry, not Zusi, who was it? It was Red Protocol, I think. I don't know who it was. It was somebody. It might have been Zusi. But just the fact that you can use Hades, use that mobility to get kind of in a position where they can't really deal with your damage at the range that you want, and you can sit to the side of all of these shield units. It works so well, and that is going to give them so much. But B might be the final point.
With 1 minute 15 seconds remaining, 15 more seconds until it unlocks, IQ now need to try and push up. Luckily for them, there's only the punch, but unluckily for them, if they push through this choke, they will get punished by it. Be the shield does have the backup of the rest of the squad. Funnel calm down as he drops down, but he gets pushed back as he tries to go for the drop down. Nice little play there coming out for them to keep him out of that fight, but it's only for how long. Red Protocol has a full health Sazabi in his face with Zusi there as well on that Zaku 2 range. Now they're going to go ahead and push them back last second. No need to cap this point. It's still getting contested by IQ.
Oh, IQ, though, finally losing too many people, and they're getting backed up all the way back to their spawn. I don't even know if there's anybody there to get the extra time. There is not. And last second now is up 1 round after being kind of on elimination point, honestly. They are looking pretty good here. I mean, it was a close one. It was definitely not a roll, but they were looking solid the entire time.
Yeah, we have to note, once again, I don't know how they were able to predict that push and predict that Sazabi drop down, but a huge CC to come in to make sure that he doesn't get in there with his funnels could have been the big difference maker. And now we're going into round number 2. It was great to see. I love that we were instantly had that question answered. What's it going to be for Gasman? Is it going to be that Barbados, or will it be the heavy arms? It was that Barb, and he had a huge thing to say about it in that map, in that first round.
I love to see, I mean, I love the duels. I love the duels. I would love to see somebody run a 1v1 Barb duel tournament. Come on, somebody make it happen. Hit me up. I want to watch that. But we are now, like I said, at a great position for last second. I think a lot of it is because Gasman is on that Barb. Just like you said, being able to shut down so many, especially of their defensive units. I mean, Be Their Shield, one of the best players that we have for Sotoras, and it was an issue that he constantly had to deal with Gasman.
Yeah, Gasman also has the backup of Zusi. Right, so you got double flankers basically in play for them. First knock, though, going down over to Wiki. They're not going to be able to recover him. We're starting off on point A. Fusion Blackie able to answer back and find that threat of Gasman and take him out. Chaotic chasing now after Zusi here. As the point is about to unlock. There it is. He does get chased down, and that's Evictus on the Dom to take him out. As the point unlocks, will be IQ taking it first.
Oh, we could possibly see a Game 3, Round 3, which has happened a lot on R&D for some reason. And whenever it's the decider, it tends to go to a Round 3. So I kind of do hope we get to see that. But oh, that is a delicious flame grenade. My God.
That does split them up in 2. They end up finding that knock onto Fusion Black. And the second one, Gasman, though, ends up going down once again. But still, he did his job. He was able to pull them back. They still need to flip it on over in their favor. But Chaotic is still alive. He ends up taking out Exponent. There's another knock onto Wiki. And that's going to be IQ holding control over point A. We're going to be swapping over to point C, though. The fight is still taking place here. They're trying to delay for as long as possible. Chaotic tries to run away. Somehow still stays alive as Gasman is chasing him down.
Oh, Chaotic is so slippery. Oh, and then wins the counter duel. I mean, there was definitely a numbers advantage there in the end, but being able to run away until finally finding that moment, that was a great play from Chaotic. But Gasman, of course, just with that aggression, was able to, at the very minimum, distract a lot of people for a while. But this is a huge lead, a bigger lead than we had in pretty much all of that entire last game. Very nice, going for the Heathawk Slash, just immediately to try and win this 1v1 duel, and it does at the very minimum make the Barb have to back off.
It is, I'm so surprised because he wasn't stunned up behind him, but still regardless, Heathawk Slash, you can use it basically in any fight, doesn't matter, you build it up so quickly. You can see Zusi after using it, he's already at 30%, but for IQ, they went out on that fight basically, and they will go ahead and take the point. They were able to get almost full point, 46.4 instead of 46.5, but still, that's me being pedantic at this point. And now, with a 60% lead, IQ trying to send this to round number 3.
They're looking great to do so. It's going to be, of course, back CA. That's just how it always goes here. But the fact that it's going to go to C to A means that this league could be a 100-0 if things keep going as they are. But this is going to be now a 3v3. This is a lot of damage here on the Sotoras, but wow, actually manages to survive. No, finally Exponent going down. Blue Jay getting the trade, the double trade here. And this is going to be a retake with only 3 seconds left, I think, for last second. Actually, they're not even going to get it as it goes to A.
Wow, so now IQ with a clear lead. They only need 10.2 percentage point. We are going back on over to point A. For IQ, though, they have a huge power advantage. Take a look, 4 G maneuvers online. Chaotic alone can just finish things off. But last second, have the early positioning here. They still have to contend with all this. Wiki, though, he's going to have to counter with that Screaming Nimbus. He's going to go ahead and instantly pop that, but it gets shut down by that Barbados G maneuver. And it's all IQ on the kill feed. Only Gasman alive to try and touch this point one last time and stay alive long enough for his team to get in. But no, he gets chased down. Evictus will finish him off. And that's going to be the clean going 100-0 in just a moment for IQ, but they do have the staggers here, and it's still the cleanup crew of IQ making sure they secure this and send us to round number 3.
Oh my gosh, with the slowest cleanup of all time. Okay, hold on a minute. Actually, that's 2 picks now on the side of last second, but they're gonna all fall as well. They are getting some damage in. It doesn't seem like it's gonna quite be enough. That was a strong challenge for a nearly unwinnable situation, but 100-0, a statement going into the final round of today. The winner of this round is going to go to day number 2 into the top 4. The loser is going to go home with 5th place. But now both of these teams have won a game. Both of these teams have won a round here on Mountain R&D, and it's all going to come down to this final game and who can take control of it.
IQ, though, with a much more convincing round there in round number 2, 100-0. We don't get to see that quite often, unless, of course, it's an early upper bracket Mafty game or so. But between these two teams, that definitely not something I expected. As you can see, Gasman had a little bit more trouble finding his openings. It looks like IQ might have been able to single something out, spot out his playstyle, maybe try and counter it. We got to see earlier on today when Barbados were running free that a lot more teams were just, you know, doing a better job of just keeping tabs of him. Even though there are so many angles to approach from, if you get spotted out, teams will continue to hold that angle and be able to spot you out and make sure that they don't have the same kind of openings. Now, here we go, our final round of the day. This is the decider round here on Mountain R&D.
And we're starting with point B, but what a strange way to go around here. I like it. A really heavy push from the side. A flank, essentially, be their shield leading the charge. They're immediately going to take down Blue Jay, but there's a trade on both sides here, and everybody is falling.
And this is just looking like an absolute scrap. As you can see, 2, 3, 4 different engagements taking place all across the map. Wiki ends up falling there to Saris, but they will be able to get the repair, and this point B unlocked. This time around, it's going to be last second to take it.
Last second already with a better score than they had in the previous round, so that's a great sign. Better than their 0. This is going to be a potential pick here, but Gasman actually going down. They are going to get 2 picks on either side. We're down to a 4v4. This is as close as it gets. None of these team fights are dominations. This is just all down to who's left of like 3 people.
IQ do flip it just in time at the perfect time, 20%. That's what last second we're able to take. And now it's all IQ to hold it down. No G maneuvers online for either side, so it's going to come down to fight over at Hey, Zusi is looking for an opening here. Does have to be careful as he gets chased down. And that's what happens when it comes down to Zaku 2 range versus Dom. Honestly, I want to say 75% of the time, it's going to be the Dom that wins out at the 1v1.
I gotta say, though, great mobility by Invictus right there to be able to catch the Zaku 2 range, just because, I mean, one of the highest mobilities in the game versus a very strange mobility character, right? It can slide well. Oh, the duel, and they both with the slams! Oh gosh, and there's not gonna be a 1v1 duel down there anymore. There's a little bit of assistance, but I love the fact they're spacing each other out perfectly.
So that's just like Barbados greeting when they see each other, you know, just slam. But Chaotic tries to jump on in, and Gasman is on top of him, takes him out with the help of Zusi. Man advantage coming in for last second. They were able to get the point first initially on B, but it looks like as the fight breaks out, IQ sneaks that. Even with the man disadvantage, it should get flipped over here, but you can see how scrappy the fight taking place on the point. Zusi now with the Heat Dog Flash. Finish off Saris, and they will be able to flip it back in their favor. Still, though, at a slight disadvantage, though, 33% for IQ, 25, and ticking up for last second.
Oof, the wiki on the Dom has been working very well. And Chaotic here, waiting for a moment to jump over, try to get a pick. It's one of the only characters you ever see looking over walls that they can't see over, because they're like, oh, boy, jump over here. And here we go, a huge push, but Gasman's gonna slam 2 people in the back line. The punch as well, landing on B, their shield from Blue Jay, and that is a great way to shut down this push. Chaotic jumping out the back, Saris alone. It'll be a miracle to get out of there intact, and that's not gonna happen. So a great full hold here, as last second is gonna take a little bit more of a lead, but we're going back to B. It's going to be a little bit of a common spot for this final round of the day.
Oh, Chaotic
my
with the
gosh.
juice, but he's still getting chased down. We'll see if Red Protocol can find him. It looks like he ends up getting out. Oh, the screaming Nimbus now from Invictus. End up losing out on one. Fusion Blackie to fall. That's a 2-for-1 exchange. Victus will find one more, evening things out, but this is still just an absolute even brawl until Exponent falls. No, he survives with 13 HP. Zusi is there to clean up Chaotic. It's back to point B though, and now Zusi ultimately will fall. IQ, do they have the numbers? Well, they've got the G maneuver going down. Fusion Blackie are playing around these angles here. Seems like connect though, but the threat of it is enough to try and force them back. Mono now charging forward with Hades, finds 2 for last second.
Oh, Mono Hades are infamously deadly, but be there, Shield turning things around, getting 2 picks themselves, finally going down, but gonna give them the numbers advantage on the point. There are still a few people from last second holding on to this point just to make sure that there's less of a percentage and more of a percentage for them, but finally IQ is gonna pick it up. A full team sitting down here. Now C is going to be very important. I would not be surprised to see last second preemptively set themselves up for C, but what a game this is. There's just fights happening all over the entire map. There are players escaping with like 10 HP over and over. The mobility is huge. I don't know what's going to happen here.
And this is the time to leave it all out on the field. Chaotic, he's the only one with the G maneuver on the battlefield. He doesn't need it. Wins out on the duel up against Gasman this time around. 6v5, charging forward with that G maneuver. But he does end up falling forward. Exponent is traded away, and that's going to be IQ pushing back last second. They need to hold on to this point. They need to finish it off here as point C unlocks in a few more seconds. Victus looking for Zusi, I imagine, in the back line somewhere. It's Gasman actually that he finds, and he instantly turns the pivot onto him, gets the spam down, backs away just in time. Away from that, but as he was downstairs, the fight was taking place upstairs, losing out on 2 members. The point's about to unlock it. Here's the screaming Nimbus, and they do have it. They're ticking up in their favor. Victus doing so much for his squad right now.
Oh, finally going down. Gasman just being the pest from below. Just so hard to actually lock down. And Chaotic, though, is going to actually get 2 kills off the bat. They're going to be holding this high ground and finally taking the lead just barely. Exponent just trying to see where everybody is. They're going to know now that there's a lot of members of IQ on the high ground. The Hades popped, but this is an interesting Hades pop. I mean, it might just last until the end of the game. We'll see how much mileage Red Protocol can actually get out of it, but the positioning here is so good for IQ. Chaotic getting the slam on Exponent as well, but Red Protocol going down in exchange.
Yeah, it's a 1-for-1 exchange until Wiki falls. There's Zusi, though, still in the backline. He's got the Heat Hawk Flash. Doesn't need it quite yet. There we go. Pops it down onto that new Gundam, but the shield is just too much. He hasn't been able to pop through quite yet. Great space for Mono with that Hades as he picks up 2 kills here on the low ground now. And last second will keep things alive. 16%. That's all they need. Red Protocol cleans up Mono. Gasman tries to get into the back line, but he will end up falling as Evictus falls back now. Wiki, though, here on the high ground now, as Chaotic will go ahead and pop that Barbados team maneuver, and it looks like he will not be able to pick up anything. Cleaned up by Wiki, and now last second on the verge of finishing things out. Extra time taking away the man advantage here for last second, but Invictus is trying his best to keep things alive. 2 kills for him, but Amano is trying his best. He is on the point. He is cleaning up. The numbers advantage is here for last second as they clean up Sarah. Some last minute stragglers. Chaotic, does he have the miracle play? No, Gasman is here to shut him down, and that's last second keeping their tournament alive. They'll be moving on to the top 4 tomorrow.
Oh my gosh, down to the final percent and a half in the final round of the final game. And what a fight to end it. That was unbelievable. That was going back and forth and back and forth. And it all came down to one final good fight, one final hold. We even saw both in a row, both of the G maneuvers from the Barbadoses were activated and they died before the first slash went off. They actually hit nobody with it. That's just how fast they were focused down. That was just incredible. I mean, that was, again, as close as you can get. I don't know what it is about Martin R&D as a decider that always pulls it to that final percent, but it always does. And that was a great match to end off today for sure.
Yeah, we could not have asked for more there for our final match. Not only did it go to a round or map number 3, it went to a round number 3 as well. And like I said, you know, it's time to just leave it out all on the field. And that's what the teams did. This was just a scrap starting off in round number 1, going back and forth. Round number 2 seemed to be a little bit of an outlier, essentially in that map on Mountain R&D, where it went 100-0. But as we got into round number 3, it went back to that scrappy style. It went back to everyone just trying to come up with huge plays.
I know. Honestly, being able to make that comeback from the 100-0, just being like, oh my gosh, they're really taking control of this match, and then coming back and winning the entire thing is so impressive. Clearly, there was just a great adaptation, and I do got to say, too, that does decide, of course, our entire top 4 that's going to be playing tomorrow, but last second, I felt like they were kind of not at their usual game early in today. They were not playing up to the standard that I feel like we usually see them as, essentially, the second strongest team that we have out here. I believe they're second place in the Pilot Academy standings. But as the day went on, I felt like it got stronger and stronger. And whatever was going on, they just got a handle on it. And I feel like tomorrow they're going to continue to play even stronger and stronger. I feel like if they get a rematch against, for example, like Char, they're going to do really well. They've got another match before they even have a chance to do that. But I'm glad to see that they're playing back up to their, their own skill level. But dang, that was such a good match between them and IQ.
Yeah, I mean, it seemed like throughout the day, it was once again last second trying to figure out their identity, because if you looked at the mobile suit usage across the board, there were so many swaps. We saw Zusi on a Pale Rider at one point, of course, swapping on over to that Zaku 2 range. We saw, 3, maybe 4 units being pulled out from Gasman. I think 4, it could have been 5, honestly, throughout the course of events today as well. So it's just a lot of trying to figure out what your identity is going to be, what is everyone's roles. But across the board, everyone played multiple units across multiple different roles, so they're still trying to figure that out. It's the growing pains of basically having like a new roster, which is part and parcel for competitive anything, right? Where you don't have the most consistent of rosters across the board. Only like a few of our top teams are able to have that kind of consistency. And so I'm glad that they were able to find their footing here, especially in the final day. If we get the opportunity, I would love to take a look at the stat lines when it came down to that final map.
Oh, I feel like it's got to be ridiculously high on both sides, just considering how much they just fought. They just fought and fought and fought, and there was no relenting at all. It was just 100% a brawl from like second 1 to second whatever it ended on, and that happened all 3 rounds straight. So I'm really excited to see the stats when they're ready to, and it looks like they might be right now. I feel like the number is going to be wild. Oh my gosh, look at that! We had somebody break 50,000. There's 40Ks all over the board. This is what I expected.
Yeah, and no question there, Victus was putting in so much work, really shutting down Zusi on that Dom, Zusi on that Zaku 2 range. That duel, it does really ultimately come down to a lot of times Dom's being able to chase down Zaku 2 range just because of the potency of that right click, that laser, being able to deal with such a slippery unit as long as your hit scan and your tracking is good, and having that splash damage up against such a squishy unit leaves you a lot of error in terms of your aim, and so that was important for them. Unfortunately, Victus, despite the amazing performance, and Red Protocol as well, almost breaking 50K, it just was not enough in that scrap. I mean, you kind of expected when you see both sides picking up that Barbados, it's going to be an absolute brawl.
Always, especially on a domination map. But I also love seeing the stats there, because you get to see kind of how differently Gasman and Chaotic play when each of them is their damage difference and kill difference is gigantic, but they both have similar impacts on the actual game. It's really, really cool to be able to see that. For example, like you can see that Chaotic usually has more damage. We've noticed that in the past because Chaotic takes part in a lot more fights, does a lot of like auto swings to help in damage. Gasman plays a little bit more like assassin-y, usually really low damage, but that damage always counts, right? It's always damage that gets a kill, or it's just not damage to begin with. So it's just one of those really cool things that you do get a chance to see from these players, how they like to play, what they're trying to aim for, and it tends to work out both ways, however you want to play that suit.
Yeah, and honestly, there was a lot more surprises in store for us. One of them, of course, the fact that we didn't see a lot of Flank 4 today, if at all, on the broadcast. I don't know if it was played at all. And so we'll go ahead and take a look at the map stats throughout the course of the day. Black Fort was actually picked 4 times. Don't know if it was actually played 4 times. It might have come down to deciders off stream, but it was banned the most. Actually, third most.
Whoa.
Okay, so Underground Command Center getting 14 bans, 12 bans for Thermal Plant, and then 11 bans for Black Fort.
I'm surprised. I feel like people really liked Underground Command Center. They were picking it a lot in the last few tournaments, and I mean, hey, we even saw it on stream. So we saw it one of the 3 times that was played throughout the entire tournament. That's pretty impressive to see. But Mountain R&D Lab, I can definitely see why a lot of people are picking this map. It is such a fun one to watch. It comes down to the wire. I think it's a map that really just, I mentioned this before, but gets to show off each team's individual skill. Colony Trading Post, we didn't really get to see it all that much, but I still don't fully understand the meta, so hopefully we get to, I hope we get to see it more, at least.
Yeah, I believe we only got to see it in the first match of the day, as the first map as well, if I remember correctly. Quarry, though, we definitely got to see a lot of Quarry, and it wasn't full pushes. I think we only saw it one time going over to the second half throughout the course of the day. We can see why some teams do want to try and avoid it. That first waypoint fight is so incredibly strong, and we got a good, healthy showing out of Harbor City as well. 7 times picked, banned 10 times, but I feel like we saw it 2, maybe 3 times on broadcast today.
Yeah, and always great matches on it too. For whether you like to play on it or not, it is always a fun map to watch. So that does mean, of course, that we are down to our final 4 that will be playing it out tomorrow on our Championship Sunday. That's going to be Char, Aznable. It's not DSTW. It's did some things wrong. It's something along those lines. But then they're going to be going against Team Mafty. Did nothing wrong. And then on the losers side, we are going to see Last Second taking on Tekka Dynasty, and that honestly should be a great match as well. I feel like Tekka Dynasty, Last Second, and IQ are all really close to each other in skill. Sotoras as well. All those teams are really getting close to being able to take each other out in these really close sets. I expect that we might see that as well. So I'm kind of glad that we get to see that 4th place match tomorrow.
Yeah, and we'll have 4 matches that'll be played as well overall. So that's going to be exciting. Straying away from our typical 3-day broadcast on our second day of the weekend, it's going to be 4. So we'll be starting off on the winners finals. Like you said, Mafty versus Char, they're up top, and then we will have to go through our lower bracket. Last Second and Tekka Dynasty. We'll see who ends up getting the rematch if they can, or if we end up getting a rematch in the winners bracket in the grand finals between those 2 squads, especially with the performance that we saw out of both Char and Mafty today. It is going to be difficult for any of our squads really to contend against them, but we have seen some ridiculous comebacks and ridiculous teams rising to the level of their challengers. Now, any final words before we close out the day today, Wonder Chef?
I'll just give everybody a reminder that the Matcherino is still open. There's still plenty of free codes. You can use the Matcherino command in the chat and go and sign up there. You literally just sign up and click a button, and it just adds money to the pot for free until all the codes run out. So please, 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 please do that. We want to support all these players that have been putting so much time into this awesome game, and they definitely deserve to be rewarded. However, it's only going to be one team this time around, so I'm very excited to see tomorrow.
That's right. So with 4 matches remaining, you're not going to want to miss that. So make sure you set your clocks. I believe we'll be starting at 11 Pacific or 2 on the East Coast, 2 p.m. on the East Coast side. Yeah, we're going to have a lot of amazing games in store right now, though. That will do it for us. So from everyone here at GENL, and of course, from all of our sponsors, Sotoras, Bloodline, along with Landfest, thank you so much for tuning in. We'll be back tomorrow. You're not gonna want to miss that. So we will see you then. Have a good night.
Landfest is community. Landfest builds and supports gaming communities to support charity. We have more than 25,000 attendees and 400 volunteers across 18 chapters that span 3 countries. LANFest is charity. Charity is at the core of what LANFest is. We've raised more than $1 million for charities nationwide. We support food banks, veterans, animals, hospitals, and so much more. LANFest is gaming. Come join LANFest